Hello, my friends. Had a bunch of issues, and right as the countdown clock finished, the video feed went down. So just bear with me just a little bit longer. I apologize. I'm working on it. This is usually an easy fix, so just be however long it's going to be. I'll update you if it becomes an issue. See you in a minute. Okay, I'm just restarting the feed and going back into Zoom with Wayne, so hopefully we're good to go. So just a little bit longer. Test, 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 okay. All right, Wayne. I think we're good.
Oh, worst comes to worst, I could always just record it on my end and send it to you, and you could play it and then pause and comment as like I've seen you do that with other videos before.
All right. Your video is fine, but mine is messed up, so we could just go without my video.
Okay.
All right. Just got to resize the window. It's
Sure.
up. Now all of a sudden my video shows up. Test 1, 2. Okay. All right. So do I see myself there? Okay. Well,
We're good now?
I mean, it's as good as it's
Temporarily?
gonna get, but
Yeah. Okay.
okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you find yourself having a good day today. Today we have again Wayne Bush joining for a visit, and this is going to be the first episode in a series with Wayne, and we will be going over the world system, which will cover topics such as the dog eat dog survival system, design of the human body, Earth, holographic universe, simulation theory, Earth's fast approaching descent into transhumanism, predator and parasitic relationships, the system of control set up and taught to program our perception from cradle to grave, and the possible roles of the sun, moon, and Saturn. So, without further ado, I welcome Wayne Bush to the show. Great to have you again, Wayne. Let's get into this, brother.
Thanks, Mark. Glad to be back. Can't wait. So I guess we're just going to go over I want to go over the basic facts about the Earth system that we're in. Is there any evidence that we're living on a prison planet and being farmed or harvested for our energy? And I believe there is. And I think from virtually every area you can investigate, I think you'll find it suggests that's the case. On a macro level, in areas such as science and religion and politics, but also on a personal level in experiences like near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences and just your day-to-day living, everyday living. So even our sources for entertainment that we like to indulge in to relax, such as movies and music and sports and games, I think you'll find it in symbology there too. So
Absolutely.
at the most apparent level, we seem to be bound to the earth by some mysterious force, which has been termed gravity. I mean, we can't leave the planet short of building a rocket and trying our luck with the Van Allen belt, right? So we're bound by chemical compounds in our body cells. I'm using terminology like, we use terms like compounds and cells. And we just can't up and leave our bodies. We're bound within an electromagnetic grid around our physical body, which is perhaps generated by our heartbeat and iron flowing around our bodies and our blood. I've thought about that possibility. And I found this article on the European Fusion Network Information website, and the article is entitled Plasma Confinement by Magnetic Fields. And it states, left to itself, a plasma, like a gas, will occupy all the geometrical space available because of the collisions between the particles. Magnetic fields can confine a plasma because the ions and electrons of which it consists will follow helical paths around the magnetic field lines. Now, when I read near-death experiences and stuff like that, they refer to the soul as a translucent liquid light, which is sort of a plasma. And so here they're saying that a plasma can be confined by magnetic fields, which I find is really interesting. And it says one of these two types is a toroidal configuration.
Mm.
And that's really interesting because both the heart and the Earth's electromagnetic fields form the shape of a torus. And so, in my opinion, this may play a vital role in keeping our souls imprisoned here, since our souls are like plasma. And, when you go to sleep at night or you go into meditative state, you slow that heartbeat down. So maybe I'm just, theorizing, but maybe that blood flow slows down enough that you can like temporarily leave your body at night and come back. I mean,
Yeah, and
I
I
don't know, but
think,
I just find that interesting.
yeah, absolutely. I think the toroidal field is kind of a representation of the um, probably the God, I'm having a mind part here. Like the holographic makeup of this realm too. Like I heard you mention the Van Allen belt. I think the Van Allen belt
Yes.
is part of the toroidal field,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
And as far as the rockets go, I don't, think anything leaves here. Do you think that basically it's like almost like a quarantine zone, regardless of what's your take on the shape? I mean,
Of the Earth?
yeah,
I Well, I don't think it's either round or flat. I mean, I think if you get deeper into the holographic universe theory, that it's mainly waves. Everything's, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but there's a lot of waves that are, we just perceive one little tiny sliver of the electromagnetic field, and our brain interprets those waves and then shows us these images that we see as we perceive as solidified objects, right? So,
Material, yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and say that it's flat or round, but there are near-death experiencers, a couple of who I know that said they saw it as a disc. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. But
yeah, I've seen those too. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's just, I mean, who cares if it's round or
Exactly.
flat? And I don't think it's round anyways, but I think it's a holographic realm anyways, and we're just perceiving shit around us. So it's really, I mean, they're both wrong in my opinion. I mean, it's just, yeah, that's just my take on it. So.
Yeah. And so we also apparently have a chakra system that seems to step down the higher energy from that electromagnetic
Wayne, can you just
spectrum.
maybe step back from the mic just a little bit?
Okay. There's apparently a chakra system too that steps down the higher energy so our bodies can operate. And so that might be part of the control system. And at a base level, we have programming in our DNA and our RNA, what we call codons or code, instructions that enable us to function. So it's like there's that computer programming terminology there. Even
and
that is on and off codes, right?
And that's what they're using with a very recent thing that's come into society.
Right.
That we cannot speak of.
Right.
RNA.
So we're essentially programmed designed to behave the way we do. In his book, The Body Electric, Robert O. Becker said the DNA RNA apparatus isn't the whole secret of life, but a sort of computer program by which the real secret, the control system, expresses its pattern in terms of living cells. This pattern is part of what many people mean by the soul, which so many philosophies have tried to explicate. And he also said two separate currents, then one from the nerves and one from the bone matrix, were producing potentials of opposite polarity, which acted like the electrodes of a battery.
Sorry about that one.
Oh, they're getting a little feedback.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying something. And so that kind of reminds you of the movie The Matrix, where Morpheus says, "What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. We have emotions that get in the way and cloud our thinking and judgment, and we have I think we have some kind of regulator in our brain, and I don't know if it's the pineal gland or the third eye or whatever, but it keeps us from accessing these higher truths and vibrations or energy. And I think we've been cut off somehow, maybe through this cerebellar vermis, which is related to the word worm, and it's like comes right down the center of your forehead and divides your brain into two hemispheres.
Yeah, so, that's the big one in my opinion too.
Yeah, and I'll get into the worms and all that kind of stuff a little bit later. But in his book, The Biology of Belief, Bruce Lipton, PhD, said, the cell's membrane is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. And then a computer chip is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. Isn't that interesting?
Have you ever, just really quickly, have you ever looked into how some of the cities around the world are laid out as circuit boards? Like people talk about that. Pictures. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting stuff, especially how the ancient older buildings and how they all line up and how their foundations are and everything. I just thought I'd throw it in there. I don't know if you look down that
and that's
road.
Possible evidence that it is a computer simulation if it's set up like a circuit board, and it's about batteries and harvesting energy and stuff like that. It's quite possible. We do have electronic grids around the cities and all that. So I wrote this article about worms and parasites, and I found some really interesting details during that research.
Great.
And so inside of our bodies, there's a war going on like every second of the day, and our body's like a battleground for like trillions of microorganisms living inside us, and we've got viruses that attack us constantly, and that's obviously been really big in the news. I wrote this article like 2 weeks before, the unmentionable came out. And so
Wow.
what about the smaller ones that like live within us on a daily basis? Can viruses and parasites hack into the nervous system via the spine and send signals to the brain, such as feed me more sugar? I definitely believe that's the case. And what better way to infiltrate and influence us living undetected inside our bodies as microscopic microbes? So they've managed with stealth to be invisible to the naked eye for millennia. And so it's possible that this demiurge that I've mentioned before, that's kind of the god of this world or planet and programmed it all, maybe he's using that to kind of, he could be sending us updates in the middle of the night or whatever. We wouldn't even necessarily know, right?
Yeah, I think that's
So,
an interesting one because I've basically think when we go to sleep, we're not only recharging our battery, which is our body,
yep.
but we're also meeting with other entities, possibly being influenced, and kind of resets everything the next morning. And we normally have no recollection, let
Yeah.
alone recollect. Even when we do have recollection, it's usually fragmented, very little, and then all of a sudden it goes away within, a
Yeah.
few minutes, 10 minutes after you wake up, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I guess that reminds me of a point that, throughout the day, you get up and you're refreshed, just like your battery's recharged. And by the end of the day, your system winds down and you're drained of energy. And not only daily, but in your life. I mean, you ever seen little kids bouncing around the wall? I mean, they're just running around as fast as can be.
And then
And,
they need
by
nap
the end of
time.
your life, you need a cane to walk or you're bedridden. So, I mean, it's also at that life cycle level that we also get drained. Our batteries get drained. So, it's pretty interesting.
Absolutely. And I like how you brought up Lipton too. I like Lipton's work on I did a thing on early childhood development between ages, birth to age 7, 6 or 7. And it just shows that, those are like the programming years. Even though obviously we're programmed
Hmm.
after the age of 7 just by being in school, we're just sponges for everything around us, parents, religion, brothers, sisters, all family, teachers,
Oh,
all
yeah.
sorts of things, and we're just sponges just taking it all in. We're in a different wave state too, and then boom, at age 7 it switches over. And Lipton did some great work on that. I really like. Have you looked into any of his stuff with the
Oh,
childhood,
yeah.
early childhood
Yeah.
development?
Biology,
I
belief. Oh, I'm
figured.
not so much into the childhood aspect
Hmm.
of it, but yeah, I find his work really, really
Yeah.
good too, as well as people like Greg Braden and others.
Yeah,
But
Greg's cool too.
um, yeah, so they put children down in front of a television to be programmed. They watch the
Yep.
programming on the television, right? And it's one of the
Sadly,
babysitters.
yes. Hmm.
So, so some cells and organisms are exceedingly clever when it comes to being deceptive and manipulative in order to get what they need or crave. And I call these are these predator prey relationships there. And there are host and parasite relations. So organisms employ all kinds of deceptive tactics such as mimicry. And as humans, we like to think we're at the top of the food chain and immune to any deception. But, life here on Earth is survival of the fittest. And, who would sponsor such a sick, twisted, demented, barbaric system? I mean, to me, that's like one of the chief, I don't know, most convincing points of evidence for me is just how horrible, creatures, a fly will spin a web to catch, a spider will spin a web to catch a fly and then you eat it. And it's just
Yeah, it's
survival
nonstop,
here.
nonstop.
Right.
Uh,
And we're
Yeah, and
not
we and
immune
we
from that either.
yeah, we think we're the exception, right, Wayne? Yeah.
Exactly. So how do we know that there aren't, beings that we can't see? I mean, like an ant probably can't see your whole body and understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And so, but how do we know that there aren't, since we only perceive such a limited part of that electromagnetic spectrum, how do we know there aren't beings that are feeding off of us? And sure enough, there are lots of mythologies and stories and experiences that people have had that say exactly that, which I'll get into a little bit later. But I still want to continue on with this worm part of it. And so the
Great.
Gnostics called this chief archon a delusional false god of this world, a sort of mind and energy parasite. And he was depicted as a serpent with the head of a lion, but is also sometimes depicted as a worm. So could it be that these Titan ancient astronauts came from other dimensions or outer space to seed life here on Earth? And some scientists believe in panspermia, and that a virus or microorganism from outer space came and seeded and contaminated life here, whether it's from a meteorite or comet. But some scientists believe we crawled out of the ocean and evolved from a wiggling worm-like sea creature. But whether or not that's true, we do in a sense evolve from a worm like sperm in our mother's womb to eventually become humans. And so as these humans, we have trillions of microorganisms living in our bodies, and some humans even have intestinal worms and parasites. And you can take things to better the situation. And one of them is called wormwood. And when we die, our bodies are devoured by worms. And some near-death experiencers travel through a tunnel or wormhole to go into a loving white light, supposedly. But they're told they have to go back to Earth. And in mythology, the Ouroboros is a serpent or worm that devours its own tail in a circle, and it's a symbol of eternity and probably reincarnation. And also, you've got this symbolism of the world egg, and there's a serpent that wraps itself around that too. So David Attenborough has a pretty good show called First Life, which takes a look at how life first evolved on Earth. And he pretty much says that life came out of the seas and eventually would have become us had the Anunnaki not intervened, right? He didn't say that, but I did. Where worms, these creatures were worms or worm-like. And the basic body plan of almost all animals that are alive on Earth has a head, a tail, and segmented bodies for like 3,000 million years for multicelled organisms to appear for the first time. And there's this interesting book called Cymatics, a study of wave phenomena and vibration by Hans Jenny. You've heard of this one?
Oh yeah, I have it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. And so I was looking through that. I'm looking for evidence everywhere, and I'm seeing these worm-like waves that they're showing in pictures. And so it says events then do not take place in a continuous sequence in a straight line, but are in a continual state of constant vibration, oscillation, undulation, and pulsation. Periodic rhythms. It is the operation of this law that gives many worms, arthropods, and vertebrates their special characteristics, end quote. And in 1836, Andrew Cross, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but he was an early pioneer and experimenter of electricity. And he reported to the London Electrical Society regarding the accidental spontaneous generation of Acari insects while conducting these experiments on the formation of artificial crystals after being exposed to electrical current. So he's, using crystals and electricity, and all of a sudden these insects start appearing spontaneously. These humans evolved from a 5 centimeter long worm-like creature that wriggled in the sea more than 500 million years ago, scientists have found. And so our cells are under constant attack from these invisible critters. And Richard Dawkins has this interesting book called The Selfish Gene, and he gives all kinds of examples of these predator-prey relationships. And he says, predators too tell lies. Anglerfish wait patiently on the bottom of the sea. Parasites of all types have long been known to exert fascinatingly insidious influences on their hosts. And Richard actually says the DNA is a parasite. It makes him wonder if the DNA is probably the instructions that contain our life script, maybe with certain codons turned on and off like computer code. I'm sorry. Richard says that the DNA is a parasite, and so that makes me wonder if that's not the case. So, maybe to override the original instructions, and maybe they're hacking the system.
So, I think that makes a lot of sense, and in combination with, water and the chakra system, and DNA. I mean, it's like a really well thought out bunch of mechanisms, and which one has more influence over the other, I don't know, but I think they all kind of work in unison. And since we have to constantly drink water and has memory, and then you got the chakras and the DNA, it's like, woof, it's a whole wrecking machine.
Yeah. So, like a lot of these scientific articles, they're saying that viruses are the major driver of human evolution. And there's a Wired article called People Are Human Bacteria Hybrid. And it says most of the cells in your body are not your own, nor are they even human. They are bacterial. And, I don't want to go too deeply into all this stuff, but it just goes on and on and on. There's a Discover magazine article called Meet the Parasites That Control Human Brains. And it talks about these toxoplasmosis is one that's people somewhat know about the is it's usually transmitted through like cats and stuff like that is I think the common one I've heard. But and it changes the personality of infected humans. And so here's an article from brainfact.org, and it says the vagus nerve brings information from all over the body to the brain, but is it being hacked by the bacteria in our gut? So there's a National Geographic article called Zombies Are Everywhere. Parasites mean you could be one too. In the wild, insects, worms, virus, and fungi turn animals into hyper specialized zombies. Which ones can take over humans? And the article seriously points out zombies are real and nature is teeming with them. So, I mean, it's kind of like as above, so below, right? So if it's down here, I mean, is it so far-fetched to think that there's some entity that's feeding off of us and hacking into our brain and trying to control us when it's all around us, right?
All around us, yeah. It's
not just
everywhere.
that. Yeah, it's also light predators. And there's a Nova special by National Geographic called Creatures of Light, where they studied bioluminescent and biofluorescent creatures such as the anglerfish, and there's a viperfish that does something very similar. But there's lots of creatures that use light to attract their prey to them. There's these glowworms in New Zealand in the night sky, and they look like a starry ceiling, right? And they fools these flies and moths, which are attracted to the light. And so as they fly up, they get trapped by these glowworms, sticky thread-like snares. And then there's this other really good series called Natural Born Hustlers. And it shows all these different creatures that just go around, they cheat and steal and lie and impersonate and just, do whatever it takes for them to get a meal. And one particularly good example is the orchid mantis. It's a praying mantis, but it's able to look like an orchid flower. And so like a bug will come and land on this, what it thinks is this pretty orchid, and then the mantis,
and bam,
transforms. Yes. So it mimics a flower to fool its prey. And there's a cuttlefish that is able to like put on this light show, and it changes different colors and mesmerizes its prey into like a trance. And so the question, can archons control us through viruses and parasites? And I think the demiurge is in the business of creating disease. And my friend said he acts as a filter. He had a near-death experience and met him. He said he acts as a filter, and that distorts the light into chaos and dis-ease. And so these, according to the Gnostics, these archons, they behave like a virus in that they're said to copy or replicate themselves. So there's a lot of that going on. I mean, just think of the junk DNA too. They say like 98.5% of our DNA is so-called junk DNA that contains these instructions that we don't even know. At least, I don't know, unless something news come out that we don't even know what it really all does.
Yeah.
And so is it possible that script is what updates us?
Through these I think anything that they say is bullshit or junk is likely more prone to be truth, and anything they claim is truth usually means bullshit and lies.
Right. So
it's like mythology. I mean,
books.
good Lord, think about mythology and how much. I mean, I've gone down those roads, and I just keep seeing. Okay, well, that makes sense because it connects to this and this and that, and but no, it's mythology. It's all just fables.
Oh, they were primitive people. They didn't know what they were talking about. They were superstitious, but yet some of them were shaman, and they could leave their bodies and travel all over the universe. Maybe they could change their state through meditation, and who knows what kind of information they were getting. That look at the Dogon tribe. I mean, how did they know? I mean, I think maybe they were visited, but
something was
just
up
because
with that,
somebody's a primitive tribe doesn't mean they don't know something.
Oh yeah, just no, they're primitive. It means they're stupid, Wayne. Right? It just means they're just absolute morons. Yeah.
So
like, what the hell?
one of my favorite books when I was first investigating all this stuff was Michael Tablett's The Holographic Universe.
Oh, me too, man. That was a big one.
So just a couple quotes. He says, a hologram is produced when a single laser light is split into two separate beams. The first beam is bounced off the object to be photographed, in this case, an apple. Then the second beam is allowed to collide with the reflected light of the first, and the resulting interference pattern is recorded on film. So it's talking about two different beams. And so I'm thinking, maybe the sun and then the moon gets, reflected, and you got two different beams, and Venus is supposed to be really reflective too. So you got these wave patterns and my friend that had a near-death experience, he saw waves too. And then another guy that wrote me, he had a bunch of astral travel, and he said that he's could sense that there's all these waves that are controlling us and like making your brain foggy and keeping you from remember when you wake up, keep you from remembering what really happened and all that kind of stuff.
Veil upon veil upon veil.
Yeah. So he says a piece of holographic film containing an encoded image. To the naked eye, the image on the film looks nothing like the object photographed and is composed of irregular ripples known as interference patterns. However, when the film is illuminated with another laser, a three-dimensional image of the original object appears. So, I mean, we've got holograms. I mean, I used to have some up on my wall when I was in college, and you could look, and now they've got touchable holograms. They've got, Tupac or Michael Jackson or somebody performing in concert as a hologram. It's interactive holograms. So if it can happen down here, then how do we know we're not part of that? That we're not just on a holographic planet or a holographic universe. I think there's a decent chance that that's the case. Here's another quote from Bruce Lipton. Oh, that's actually the same quote I read before. But there's a quote from Albert Einstein where he says, "Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one." Right. And then Nick Bostrom said, I think he wrote this article, but he's one of the promoters of the simulation theory, one of the original ones. He said, are we living in a simulation? And mathematical equations have been formulated by scientists elegantly expressing the laws of physics that make up our universe. And these equations have been used in capturing images with cameras and beaming them halfway around the world so we can watch an event live on television. They have been used in creating lifelike video games. If we can adequately and accurately demonstrate a grasp of the laws that govern life on the planet, then doesn't that imply a possibility or even high probability that it was created by intelligent design? And if so, then our creator likely could have used math to do so. It's very possible, if not probable, that we're living in a computer simulation. Actually, I think that's me, not him saying that, but that's what I'm proposing.
I think it's a slam dunk, to be honest. But if you want to get technical, but
so a photograph or television picture is just pixels on a screen, right, or paper, and if you zoom in, you lose resolution, and the photograph or image on the TV looks just like what we see with our eyes, yet it's only a simulation using pixels. So and Nick is an esteemed physicist that's put forth the theory that we are indeed living in a simulation, and he's not the only one. There are others, but I would probably bore you if I read some of the other stuff.
It's up to you. Whatever you want to add on to it, feel free.
There is a paper, Natural Evil and the Simulation Hypothesis by David Kyle Johnson. He's an associate professor of philosophy, and he agrees with Bostrom. He says, why does the possibility and likelihood of a computer simulated universe give us reason to think that our universe is a computer simulation? Well, Nick Bostrom tells us why. He says, if technology and society reach a point that such simulations are possible, we can't think our universe isn't a simulation because such things are impossible. In addition, if we do develop simulated universes, such simulations will be plentiful, just like modern computer games. In fact, the inhabitants of the simulated universes we create would likely eventually create their own simulated universes. So, I mean, it's like we could be like a living Sims game for some other alien intelligence or multidimensional being,
scum-sucking parasites.
Exactly. And Elon Musk has also put forth that argument as well. And I think even wasn't the Bank of America or somebody came out with some kind of thing saying
Bank of America, I think Merrill Lynch, and their percentage, Wayne, was something, it was ridiculous. It was something like 20 to 60% or 40 to 60%. It was a wide range, and they came out within, I think, a few days of each other. And I think even not long before that, the DoD was talking about how they were working on creating their own realm, basically their own reality. It all kind of plopped out at the same time. I could be a little off with the dates, but yeah, no, a few banks, major banking institutions came out and said that.
Yeah, they're actually talking about creating like some kind of matrix, right?
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
you
pretty
read some of
much.
that stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and some
it.
people are excited about. "Oh, I can't wait to take part of that.
Yeah, to just to go
So
off of
it's
that, I think what they'll do, talked about this before on the channel. I think um, what they'll do is they'll do something like maybe a fake alien invasion, or it could be something about can't speak of it because I got an email about it. Something change, has to do with the weather. We've been indoctrinated with that.
mhm.
That's another one. So there could be manufactured storms or events that cause humanity to freak out, or something like a fake alien invasion, or some other thing that we can't even think of, where they try to usher in humanity into another reality, basically, that they have all ready to go. And I was doing some thinking on how they collect all this data from us constantly, and we have phones, we have Google Earth, and all these different things. Every inch of the world has been recorded and filmed and taken pictures of. And I think what they'll do is basically kind of make a copy of the reality here and place it over there. And they have an idea of the collective's interest in certain things, and they'll kind of make it fine tuned to that kind of concept. But, of course, by going through with it, and, you're basically, again, giving up your sovereignty in exchange to some other power, which would, in my opinion, create a further veil. So you have the veil of just being here in general, probably many veils just being here, and then boom, they're going to plop on another one at some point. I don't know if we'll see that in our lifetime, but it sure as hell seems like they're
It's
rushing towards something.
it's quite possible, and of
Yeah.
course you hear a lot of rumors about certain celebrities being cloned and this,
Mm-hmm.
that, and the other. Of course, we do know that we have at least cloned sheep, right? And
Mm-hmm.
and those people that are in intelligence or whatever, they're probably 20, 30, 40 years ahead of what we as a public know already.
I
So
mean, some of these celebrities have clearly been replaced too, including someone who holds the highest office in our country right now. I've seen, in my opinion, at least four versions of him. Um, it's it the it's just striking, the differences. I mean, it couldn't be more obvious. Whether it's exactly
right,
four, I don't know, but there's at least a few. Um,
right,
and that's just, and that person's in the White House. I mean,
sure.
then you have things like Britney Spears, Eminem. Clearly, they are not the same person. You have Paul McCartney, who was replaced by, back in the
And Britney
'60s.
Spears put out, then she had like a song called "Sex Slave," and I can't
Mm-hmm.
remember, but she had some other like technological album cover or
Yeah,
album name.
and she got the MK symbolism
Right
too. I
now.
mean, it's
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
there.
seems
She's
like it.
all over the place.
Well, and then it came out in the public that she was basically trying to fight her, what was it,
Mm-hmm.
her father or somebody that was like micromanaging and
Yeah,
controlling her.
yeah, which is kind of funny considering that that's the replacement. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that whole thing, but they're basically, those celebrities are obviously there for public consumption and just to keep people distracted. So whatever the reason is
Yeah,
for why they're doing it, who the hell knows? But I think everything boils down to just
yeah.
distracting
I
people.
I didn't follow it that closely, but I heard about it. So
Mm,
so continuing with like
sure.
I just want to get out a bunch of evidence to try to make it more convincing,
Yeah,
because I
please.
can't prove it, but it's like some people obviously want some evidence, So PBS did this 6-part series called The Brain with David Eagleman, and the first part focused on reality, and he introduced the show asking, "What is reality? What if I told you that this world around us, this richly textured world, were all just an illusion constructed in your head? What if I said that the real world has no smell or taste, no sound? What if I said there's no color? If you could perceive reality as it really is out there, you wouldn't recognize it at all. I want to show you how the brain takes in information, sifts through it to find patterns, and uses it to build the multisensory technicolor show that is your reality. He said, now this might seem straightforward because we have portals to the outside world, like your eyes and ears, but these aren't just piping in sights and sound. Instead, photons of light or air compression waves, these are getting converted into the common currency of the brain, electrochemical signals. These signals travel through dense networks of brain cells called neurons. There are 100 billion neurons in the human brain, and in every second of your life, each one of these is sending tens or hundreds of electrical pulses to thousands of other neurons, and somehow all this activity produces your sense of reality. He said, we all have this internally generated reality. Incredible as it may sound, this world lives inside your brain. It's constantly updated by information from our senses, but moment to moment, what we experience isn't what's really out there. Instead, it's a beautifully rendered simulation.
Boom. And there's that delay, too, in the information that we receive.
Yeah, and so he says this the visible spectrum of light, which is a spectrum of wavelengths that runs from what we call red to violet. But it turns out that this only constitutes a tiny fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum. In fact, less than 1/10 billionth of it. So all the rest of the spectrum, including radio waves and microwaves and X-rays and gamma rays, all this stuff is flowing through our bodies right now, and we're completely unaware of it because we don't have any specialized biological receptors to pick up on it. So, it's all about our perception. It's like we think we know what's going on out there, but we really don't. So we're so controlled. It's not funny. I mean, because our bodies were designed. I mean, you can say it's evolution, but maybe it's not if you take into account some of the ancient accounts that of like the Sumerians and other records that we'll get into at some point. But Walter Russell writes in his book, The Secret of Light, he says, when man sees the light of the sun, he believes that he is actually seeing light when the nerves of his eyes are but feeling the intense, rapid, shortwave vibrations of the kind of wave motion he senses as incandescence. So, enough of the science for now, but I mean, we're forced to eat food for survival to stay alive, and it's achieved largely by farming, that is killing animals and harvesting crops, and we compete over what's essentially not really a limited amount of resources on this planet. And then we're born into the world as helpless, ignorant babies, relying on our parents for food and to teach us about the world. Then we're taught or indoctrinated, brainwashed maybe, by our parents, our teachers, scientists, clergymen, told the way things are. And we're placed in front of a television where we absorb the culture and we learn to mimic the actions of our parents and our friends, and especially celebrities and idols. And we learn to memorize and regurgitate the answers necessary to get good grades in school in order to be successful in society. I mean, you can't become a doctor unless you pass you got to give them exactly right answers and everything that they want to hear, or else you're just not going to be one, right?
Otherwise, so you're not allowed.
And, the words like we are raised, you're raised as a kid, but I mean, that's a farming terminology. And so we're groomed to be productive and to work for 50 plus years and to work and consume. And at some point along the way, we might ask ourselves, what's the meaning of all this, as I did? And we generally look to two sources to answer that question: science and religion. So, we looked enough at science, and we may or may not get into a religion. I think we're going to do the religion one. I'm a little hesitant to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to hold back on that, Wayne.
Yeah. So one of the obvious things, and one of my favorite people is George Carlin. He's not with us anymore, but he said that goes, something is wrong here. War, disease, death, destruction, hunger, filth, poverty, torture, crime, corruption, and the ice capades. Something is definitely wrong. This is not good work. If this is the best God can do, I'm not impressed. Results like these do not belong on the resume of a supreme being. This is the kind of shit you'd expect from an office temp with a bad attitude. And just between you and me and any decently run universe, this guy would have been out on his all-powerful ass a long time ago. End quote.
So true. Yeah.
But he makes a good point. I mean, he points out all the things that are wrong. And that's just skimming the surface. But I mean, all that stuff, death and disease, and goes on and on.
Carlin was one of the most funniest philosophical comedians of all time. I got to see him live back in, oh man, 99, 98, something like that. I was a teenager. I loved him. God, he speaks so much truth, and it's so funny because you have, he's spitting out all these truths that are talking about society as a whole, and everyone's laughing and having a good time, and then they leave the show and go about life as
Yeah.
normal, not looking into things and just sticking with the prepackaged system narratives, the very next
Yeah.
day. And it just goes on and on and on.
Well, he's got another one where he talks about the systems of control, and I should have included it, but I wasn't thinking about it at the time. But he's talking about the club,
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
a big
it's
club,
a big
and you
club,
ain't
and
in
you
it.
ain't in
Yeah,
it.
you ain't in it.
Right, exactly.
And then I like
It's the same club they used to hit you over the head
yeah,
with, right?
yeah.
So somehow he takes a very depressing subject and he's able to make people laugh, or at least
I like how he says they call it the American dream because you
right.
got to
Gotta
be
be
asleep
asleep.
to believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, I would recommend. I'm sure a lot of people have, but I mean, just watch a lot of George Carlin. He
Absolutely, George
speaks a lot
Carlin
of
is
truth,
yeah. I mean, we got to laugh about this stuff too. I
and it's a
mean,
social commentary, man.
yeah,
He's
it's
dead on point. He's right on
spot
point with
on,
all this.
spot
Years
on.
ago, he was speaking about a lot of this stuff.
Yep, yep.
So, and then there's the Morpheus quotes from the Matrix, and he says, "Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind driving you mad." He says, "The Matrix is everywhere. It's all around us. Even now in this very room, you can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is a world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth that you are a slave, Neil. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch, a prison for your mind." And that's just, I mean, that's probably one of the best segments I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a truth bomb right in our face.
Yeah, so it's like the Earth system of control where humans are processed as numbers. We're just a cog in the machine. And you're told what you can do and what you can't do by corrupt politicians, lawyers with countless rules and restrictions, and police and judges enforcing them and sending people to jail, a medical system that's tied to big pharma and big money. And everywhere you turn, you need to fill out paperwork and forms for proper identification and qualifications. And it's just more and more requiring you to have, whatever social security number, cell phone, email account, all that stuff. And people are becoming more and more cut off and mean and selfish, psychotic. Like Paul Levy wrote a book about Wedico, and it's a psychosis of the masses, like a disease. And it may be what the Gnostics referred to as this archonic influence. So, at times life on here can be downright brutal, and each creature in the food chain must each day secure its next meal in order to survive. And this means killing one another in this constant game of survival. It's the food chain, and we like to think we're at the top, but like I said before, it's just these entities could be outside our perception, feeding off our life force and draining our energy. Nikola Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
Yep. Yeah, he was on point with that.
Oh yeah, and that's one of maybe the greatest scientists we've ever seen.
Yeah, and I love it's Trump's uncle is the one that got his all his works after he passed. Yeah. Did you know that? I assume you do.
I read that. Yeah, I heard that. I forgot about it though. But so we can get now a little bit into the mythology and religious cosmology.
Okay, what we'll do since we're going into religion, let's take a 5-minute break. And I think it's a great time to divide up the stream. So everyone sit tight for a minute. We'll be back in about 5.5 minutes. And thank you, Wayne. Really looking forward to going deeper with this.
Yeah.
See you in a moment, my friends.
Okay. Sure. You want to go right now?
Yep. All right, my friends, we are back. And Wayne is going to start with the next segment, which is on the religious systems inside the world system of control. So, Wayne, after you, my friend.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing from segment before where there have been a lot of people that had near-death experience, or some people that had near-death experiences, and have taken DMT, and just people who are in a hypnagogic type state when they wake up that have seen the grid lines that are apparently around the earth. And then, people have talked about the dragon lines and the ley lines and stuff like that. So there does seem to be some sort of energy grid around the planet as well, which
Absolutely.
I apparently forgot to mention. So
I think you're on point
anyway,
with
getting
that.
into
I
that's probably an important thing.
there was one night, maybe talked about this one or two times, where I had gone outside. It was late at night, and I was meditating on my back porch. This was up in the Northeast, and I set up a pad on the ground, and I'm meditating, and so then I like lay back down, and I'm just staring at the sky, and all of a sudden, like a grid pattern over the sky just envelops everything around me. It was incredible. I've only had that experience once, and other times on hallucinogenics, but that was in a purely sober state, and I didn't make of it what you will, but I experienced it.
Right. I experienced something similar to that, and I don't think I even mentioned it on our first show. But I remember looking out. It has to be just the right height and horizon, and then the lighting and stuff. But I looked in this across the horizon, and I saw like this static in the air. It was just like, I don't know how else to describe it, but it looked like white noise. Remember the old TV? You turn on the TV and there's like white static and stuff.
Wow.
And I looked out into the sky or whatever, and I saw like what looked like static, and it was really weird.
So like covering the whole sky, or just certain segments? Or?
It wasn't so much the sky; it was just right across the horizon. I was looking across the yard, and right above the yard, I saw. Yeah, it was really weird. And I thought, well, maybe it's just particles, little dirt, blowing around. But it was a lot of them, right? And
it's not
crazy.
Yeah. It's a weather balloon, Wayne. It's a weather balloon.
I believe that. So let's start at the beginning and look at what history has to say about all this. And it says, we have some clues to go on, thanks to the archaeologists, right? So we could look at the oldest known civilization, and that's the Sumerians. And Eridu and Ur are claimed to be the two oldest cities we know of. And there are earlier temples, such as the one at Göbekli Tepe, and so we found,
Wayne,
which is important too.
Step back from the mic just a little bit.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, the Göbekli Tepe, and it's important too, since there's evidence of cannibalism and possibly human sacrifice too. So, but we do have these tablets from Sumer, and they do give very detailed records, including the fashioning of man. Now,
obviously
anything that's written by man is, suspect, and we can't take it for certain.
Especially by Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, but it's all we have to go on. It's one of the few things we have to go on. So it does talk about all this.
Some of it matches up. Yeah, I mean, if you could go on the Oxford Library and read the tablets, and what they actually said.
Yes, exactly. And I don't ever see the word Anunnaki there. I see like Anuna, the Anuna gods. Yep. So these texts reference the Anuna gods and call them the Anuna, the great gods, the gods of heaven and earth, the Anuna gods who shine forth radiantly. The Anuna, the seven judges, the Anuna gods who came forth from the mountain range. And it says they sit at the funerary offerings and are the lords who decree fates, and they have shining thrones. So here's a couple of really interesting quotes from there. If you do search for the word matrix, it says, like heaven itself, your just matrix in which gods too can be born is beyond reach, giving birth to kings who put on the good diadem, and giving birth to lords who wear the crown on their heads. That's one. The other one says, my terrifying splendor will cover you. Since you cannot escape from my great strength, the goldsmith shall puff and blow on you with his breath. You shall be shaped by him to form a matrix for his creations. So those are two pretty powerful ones. Another one says,
I'd like to add something else too.
Yeah,
With matrix, when you look up the definition in etymology dictionary, it's
like a grid.
well,
Well,
yeah, and
funny,
it
or a
talks
womb,
about, yeah, the
too.
womb. Yeah, it talks about the womb, and directly pregnant animal womb are also source, origin from matter, which also is
Hmm.
shown
The
as
mother,
mother. Yep.
mater. Hmm.
And the many
And it's got the
figured,
word tricks. It's
yeah,
got
I
tricks
guess,
on the end of
yeah,
it too.
yep. The many figurative and technical senses are from the notion, quote, of, quote, that which encloses or gives origin to something. The general sense of place or medium where something is developed is recorded by the 1550s, meaning mode in which something is cast or shaped is by 1620s sense of, quote, embedding or enclosing mass is by
Yeah.
1640s. And then there's one more paragraph. The mathematical sense of a rectangular array of quantities, usually square, cube, is because it is considered as a set of components into which quantities can be set. The logical sense of array of possible combinations of true values is attested by 1914 as a verb in television broadcasting by 1951. So I've got mother.
Yeah, so
Yeah, go ahead.
those are
Yeah.
three really important elements: the
Mm-hmm.
mother, the matter, and the matter, which is the physical, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then the grid. I mean, as a
Mm-hmm.
computer programmer, I mean, we did. They were called matrices, and you would have, like you said, arrays, a two-dimensional matrix, three-dimensional matrix. You know, depending on how many you needed
Mm-hmm.
for what you're tracking on the program. So another quote says, "In those days, when the Anuna gods were born." When the goddesses were taken in marriage, when the goddesses were distributed in heaven and earth, the senior gods oversaw the work while the minor gods were bearing the toil. The gods were digging the canals and piling up the silt, and the gods crushing the clay began complaining about this life. And then Enki and Ninmah, it says, at that time, the one of great wisdom, the creator of all the senior gods, Enki lay on his bed, not waking up from his sleep in the deep Engur and the subterranean water, the place inside of which no other god knows. The gods said, weeping, he is the cause of the lamenting. Nama, the primeval mother who gave birth to the senior gods, took the tears of the gods to the one who lay sleeping, to the one who did not wake up from his bed, to her son. Are you really lying there asleep and not awake? The gods, your creatures, are smashing there. And there's a fragmentation. We don't know what it says. It says, my son, wake up from your bed. Please apply the skill deriving from your wisdom and create a substitute for the gods so that they can be freed from their toil. And after Enki, the fashioner of designs by himself, had pondered the matter, he said to his mother, Nama, my mother, the creature you planned will really come into existence. So that's outlining right there the creation of man and how it all came about. And this, architect, Inky, he's an engineer. He with I think Nursag also was like the Nursag, and so they created from the primate that's already here on Earth. They created this creature to be to help, work for them. And Nungal said it's a prison or a jail. Quote, because the lady has revealed her greatness, because she has provided the prison, the jail, her beloved dwelling with awesome radiance, praise be to Nungal. And so they're talking about a prison or a jail, and it's radiant, it's shining, it's got light, right? And on reincarnation, it says the interior of the temple gives rise to weeping, laments, and cries. Its brick walls crush evil men and give rebirth to just men. So that's kind of an interesting quote
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
When the time arrives, the
Yeah, and
prison
it's
is
like
made up.
reanimation, regeneration,
Mhm.
renewed life.
Yeah, it says, when the time arrives, the prison is made up as for a public festival. The gods are present at the place of interrogation at the river ordeal to separate the just from the evildoers. A just man is given rebirth. Nungal clamps down on her enemies so he will not escape her clutches.
Yeah, and I also think the again the water symbolism comes flying in too. Like you have that with pre-birth memories. I just did a commentary
Mm-hmm.
video the other day on a rebirth pre-birth memory account, and he actually reached out to me through email, which is great. But point is he talks about basically getting in this water and being with entities and not wanting to come to Earth. Says it's like a big blubbering pile of evil or something like that was his terminology. He gets in the water and then boom, he's picking out his life and picking out this and that, and he struck a deal. I'll send you the link to this, Wayne. He struck a deal to basically be able to retain the memory of his pre-birth experience with these entities, and of course they're giving him love and all this crap. And part of the deal was, oh, well, you can retain this memory, but you're going to have to live a more life of suffering. That's basically the essential breakdown, because he was saying, oh, well, I could have picked out any life. I could have been rich. I could have been this, blah, blah, blah. But, because I wanted to retain this memory of the pre-birth moment, well, the deal is that I have to live basically a life of more suffering than if I chose the easy route. Point blank, he said it. Point blank. So just thought I'd add that. And he's in a pond of water, basically, and then he goes down through a portal into the womb. So
well, you do see in some near-death experiences like a river of light or something. And then I know, I'm not sure if it's Greek mythology, but they talk about this this river of forgetfulness, whether it's maybe it's milk or some kind of fluid. Yeah, it's like there's a lathe, or I think there was the name of it was lathe or something like that. But that's also pretty prominent. And there's this hymn to Nungal that says, house, furious storm of heaven and earth, battering its own enemies. Prison, jail of the gods. And this stuff it says its interior is evening light, dusk spreading wide, its awesomeness is frightening. And so it talks about big house, prison, house of capital offenses, which imposes punishment. So that's the last that I want to speak on the Sumerians. Yeah. So here's this from the Gnostic text. There's a quote from the Secret Book of John, and it says, Yadabaoth, which is the demiurge, he said to the authorities, and the archons, that's the word for ruler or authority, it says, come, let us create a human being after the image of God and with a likeness to ourselves, so that this human image may give us light. So that sounds like very much like a quote out of the Bible, right? I mean, created in the image of God and all that. But here it's saying that so that it will give us light. And so these Gnostics put forth ideas about the universe being like a holographic copy a couple thousand years ago. And in the Gnostic book On the Origin of the World, it was written, quote, likeness emanated, became a product resembling the primeval light, manifested as a likeness of heaven. So, it's talking about like a copy of the original, right?
The fraudulent copy.
Yes.
If if it's not already a fraudulent copy on top of a fraudulent copy, which is always likely.
So it says, come, let us create a man out of earth, according to the image of our body and according to the likeness of this being, to serve us, so that when he sees his likeness, he might become enamored of it. No longer will he ruin our work. Rather, we shall make those who are born out of the light our servants for all the duration of this eternal realm. And it says, now all of this came to pass according to the forethought of Pistis. So this is obviously from the book Pistis Sophia. In order that man should appear after his likeness and should condemn them because of their modeled form. And their modeled form became an enclosure of the light. And it is they who were taken captive according to their destinies by the prime parent. And thus they were shut into the prisons of the modeled forms until the consummation of the age. I mean, that pretty much spells it out right there.
Boom, right in your face.
And then the Gospel of Philip says, quote, God is a man-eater. For this reason, men are sacrificed to him, end quote.
Right there. Right. Plain as day. What else do you need to say?
Right. I'll even throw in a few NDEs here to round it all
out.
But it says,
please do.
This NDE, her name was Nancy C. She says, anyway, as I came back and entered my body, I was overcome with the
By the way, Wayne, you got
life.
Orbs flying around you. I saw them earlier, but you just had a big one right in front
Wow.
of you, just go zoo right across. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's just I've seen it
That's
multiple
interesting.
times.
Well, I do have a light above my TV. It's pointed this way, but
Yeah,
yeah, that's
it was an
interesting.
orb, no doubt, man.
Okay.
Go ahead. I
They're interested
apologize. I
in our
didn't mean to
show.
cut you
How,
off.
we're probably on channel Z or whatever. So everybody's tuned in, right? Like the Truman
Channel
Show.
escape.
Right. So she says, anyway, as I came back and entered my body, I was overcome with the limitations of life. How seeing, tasting, feeling, hearing, and smelling were nothing compared to the freedom of being without a body, and how literally trapped I felt. It was kind of like being thrown into jail. My spirit was trapped in this gross body. That sums up the Gnostic belief right there. And Victor B said, I became sullen, serious, and fearful. Most of all, I felt an overwhelming loneliness. Having glimpsed what true joy and loving connections our souls are meant to have, I felt trapped, still do, in a penitentiary of flesh and bone that imprisons and inhibits our souls. I feel that humans spend most of their lives hoping to find true love and wanting to connect in some way with others. I believe our souls know how it should be. And then finally, Maria R. said, here we are limited. The body is a prison, and the real world is a nest of germs and filth, of smells and volatile substances that now make me nauseous. But it didn't used to be that way before my experience.
Hmm.
So,
Oof.
there's people that have, this isn't from 2,000 years ago. These are people that are alive today that have this, and they technically, well, they kind of died, right? And a lot of them, they had to
Yeah.
be brought back,
Yeah.
resuscitated. And so they got that initial glimpse. I think the cosmos is so vast that I don't think really everything that they probably just saw a small sliver, and they didn't
Yeah.
die. So, who knows
Yeah,
what's really out
they
there,
got
but
a glimpse crossing over, and they basically felt their true self, but at the same time still stumbled in on the Matrix and realized some of the bullshit, whereas most of them don't realize it at all. Actually, the large majority of them don't realize it at all. So
yeah. So on a little bit on the farm, these entities feed off our auric field from an overtone away from our wavelength, and the theme of entities feeding off our energy or life force is pretty prevalent even in today's society. You got vampire movies, which are more popular than ever with, the Twilight trilogy a while back, and the living dead are also quite a phenomenon. People love to joke about the coming zombie apocalypse, right? And most religions believe in demons, which can possess a soul. And of course, Catholic priests even perform exorcisms in more severe cases. The teaching company has some great courses and lectures on the Maya, Aztec, and Inca cultures and their propensity for human sacrifice. And in the series Great Mythologies of the World, this one professor had this to say about the Maya, and from the Popol Vuh. It said the gods have been planning for humans at the same time they were dreaming up the world. They want creatures who can work, talk, walk, go on pilgrimages to shrines, and make offerings. And they must be able to do all these things according to the calendar in due season. So the gods set out to make these new creatures. Their first attempt produces only animals who can make noise and move around but can't really talk, and they have no arms to do work or to feed the gods with sacrifices. So the gods send these creatures off into the canyons and forests to become food for the humans. The gods now make a second attempt to create. The second time, they create a creature made of mud. They're dry and bloodless. Even worse, they have no soul. So they immediately forget about their creators and go their own way. There's no hope of getting praise and sacrifice out of them. So the gods decide to scrap this effort as well. On the
you
Aztecs, he
gotta
says,
love how
but although,
basically, human sacrifice is one of the most common themes throughout our history. It's
yeah,
just
got to
it's
feed the
everywhere.
gods.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And oh no, no, they weren't like that. No, 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 they didn't
Right.
do that. Everything was love and light. It was amazing. Everything was cool. There's never been any sort of narrative that we can rely upon to prove suffering and
Right.
sacrifice and all sorts of messed up shit that goes on here. And it's just okay, let's just discount it. No big deal. We'll just go and
And you had the Druids too with the Wicker. Have you ever seen that movie Wicker Man?
Yes.
And
Yes.
you know, now we got the Burning Man
Burning
Festival
Man,
and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent. But on the Aztecs, he says, but although the sun and moon are now in the sky, neither of them moves. So the gods decide they have to sacrifice themselves to feed the sun's desperate thirst to help it move. Quetzalcoatl, one by one, cuts out the hearts of the other gods and offers them to the sun, which then begins to move. And I hope this isn't too graphic for some people. I apologize.
Let's not worry about it at all. It's totally fine.
Says the message is clear. Oh, if he's teaching his students this in class, I guess it's, you know, this is professors that are teaching this stuff. He says the message is clear. As the gods themselves had to sacrifice themselves to get the cosmos going, so humans must supply hearts and blood to ensure that the fifth sun will continue each morning to rise in the east, making all of life possible. He says a steady supply of hearts and blood was essential, not only for the Aztecs themselves, but for all the people of the earth itself, and the gods beyond. The purpose of war was the feeding of the gods. Of course, the Mayans had that ball game too. I don't know if you ever know about that. That's probably the first game we ever had.
Yeah.
It's like basketball a little bit and soccer mixed together. But the shaman are known to extract these attachments, or intrusions as they're called. And Carlos Castaneda mentions demonic possession at length in his book, The Active Side of Infinity. And in his character, Don Juan says, we have a predator that came from the depths of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our Lord and Master. It has rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protect it, it suppresses our protest. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands that we don't do so. I have been beating around the bush all the time, insinuating to you that something is holding us prisoner. Indeed, we are held prisoner. He says, this was an energetic fact for the sorcerers of ancient Mexico. They took us over because we are food for them, and they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in chicken coops, the predators rear us in human coops, human arrows. Therefore, their food is always available to them. The mystic Rudolf Steiner said, there are beings in the spiritual realms for whom anxiety and fear emanating from human beings offer welcome food. When humans have no anxiety and fear, then these creatures starve. If fear and anxiety radiates from people and they break out in panic, then these creatures find welcome nutrition and they become more and more powerful. These beings are hostile towards humanity.
Yeah, I mean, you know what drives me nuts about Steiner? He's such a convoluted piece of shit. I mean, he says that, and if you listen to all his other stuff, it's just excuse after excuse. You know, Earth's a learning experience. I mean, just the whole rigmarole.
Well, I know he's got this whole system of like seven. I mean, because I get this one guy that's sending me emails with all the Steiner stuff and saying about the old Saturn and old moon and old sun and all this stuff. And it's like, I tell him, it's like, I don't know. He's so mystic. How do we know any of this stuff's right? He's got a few good quotes. But
exactly. No, I mean, look, there's a lot of interesting stuff with Steiner, no doubt. I mean, I went down a huge rabbit hole with him and a bunch of his books, and his lectures. But he is what he is, you know.
Let's jump to somebody else. This is a psychologist. She wrote a book called The Unquiet Dead, A Psychologist Treats Spirit Possession. It's Dr. Edith Fiore, and she's a hypnotherapist. She wrote about many of her clients having spirit attachments. And then there's another near-death experiencer named George Ritchie who wrote a book called Return from Tomorrow. And he recounts a near-death experience where he saw spirits attaching themselves to people's auras, especially in bars, and living vicariously through them. Then you've got Dolores Cannon is another hypnotherapist who regresses patients and wrote the book Keepers of the Garden, you know, because you think of the title Keepers of the Garden, it's like to the aliens, Earth is like an experiment and they're like gardeners, right? Where they're crops, I guess you could say.
And she talks about like an experiment to them too.
Yes, she does. Yes,
she's another hack, but
and the Life Between Lives. She's got like this book called Between Death and Life, which is very much similar to Journey of Souls, like Michael Newton.
Yeah,
That's interesting. They don't contradict each other at all. But
No.
we and I have delved into it, and we find problems with it. But
Yeah, but
that's
all
an
right. I mean,
aside.
it's
That's an
there's
aside.
still diamonds in the rough with all these people. So that's how
Yes.
we, it's all about picking and going through and weeding out the bullshit. But there's
Yes.
always some stuff there that will help further cement what the hell is going on here.
Right. So the ancient Gnostic texts also mention a species of these mind parasites called the Archons. And in the pilot episode for the original Star Trek series, The Cage, also called the Menagerie, it depicts a very similar race of beings who, in ufological circles, are referred to as little grays. And most near-death experiencers describe being drawn to the tunnel, moving toward the tunnel, finding themselves going towards or being pulled in. And if the soul is a light body, then it have little or very little no mass. But what I think happens is these accumulations of heavy energies or emotions, such as are like holding grudges towards people or harboring guilt, and that can attract them, which the archons, which attach to the aura or the electromagnetic energy of the soul to give it more mass. So these archons are probably like leeches that just stick on the soul. And I think Carlos even mentioned about the back, the blade in the back. I forget what they called it, but that's one of the attachment points. But it's like a black. Probably. I didn't even mention him in here. He talked about the iron prison. Yeah, that's
I'm sorry,
definitely another
I
good one.
had
He was talking about
myself
the
muted.
Matrix.
I'm sorry, Wayne. I don't mean to interrupt, but I had myself muted on one end so people couldn't hear me, but you could. I brought up Philip K. Dick and what was the other one? We were just Carlos Castaneda and how.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but go ahead, Wayne.
Oh, Philip Dick's great one because he was talking about this. What was it called? The Iron Prison, and I can't remember the specifics of it, but he was in one of his conferences or whatever. This was like in the 70s, I want
70s,
to
I
say.
think.
It
Yeah,
was
I
a
think
long
late
time
70s.
ago.
I have it on my channel somewhere. Yeah.
He was basically talking about a matrix. A lot of his ideas kind of corresponded with the Gnostics, and he was living it, man. He could see these, he had like a different reality he was sort of in or sharing. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned him. That's another
Yeah.
piece of evidence.
Yeah,
So there's
and the
this
whole division
doc.
of how he brought up the division of the U.S. and stuff like that, and it seems like it may even go in that direction. I'm not saying it will, but it seems like it could end up to the point where the country is divided into different nations, I guess. But who knows? Yeah, but I think that's a little. I'm not saying that's not possible, but that's one of the things he brought up, like how I think he was experiencing out of body experiences, astral projection type things, and the whole thing with the person coming to his door and just a
There was a
bunch of
girl with black hair. I
yeah,
remember that
yeah.
he kept seeing. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wayne.
and I don't know who this guy is, so I'm not promoting him or in any way, shape, or form. But a long time ago when I was researching this, I saw on his website, his name is Dr. Stephen J. Banco, and he's a shamanic energy healer. And on his website, he claims, quote, while the illumination process combusts most energies in the luminous energy field, some toxic energies can crystallize, becoming nearly material objects which are impossible to metabolize through the illumination process. They are like petrified wood which no longer burns, and these crystallized energies embed themselves in the physical body. Amazon shamans believe that crystallized energies are the result of black magic or sorcery. We found these energies can be caused by anger, envy, or hatred directed at us by another person. And sometimes they are also energetic remnants, memories of how we died, how we were hurt, or how we were killed in a former existence. He says they are sludge and energetic residues encrusted in the chakra. Another shaman that my friend had gone to see said the black goo hardens over time and becomes harder to get off, and it's attached to our energy bodies and the result of trauma and material attachment. So, it could, like in theory, weigh you down when you leave the body. Or I know my friend that had a near-death experience when he was going up, all these attachments were like coming off of him. Like he likened it to like going through a washing machine or something. But And then on the website DMT Nexus, this person said, I could see entities more distinctly this time. Two in particular watched me arriving and being settled into this landscape. It was like they were farmers. I was being milked or something. I came to realize I was being distracted with information so that they could do what they wanted. Feed, harvest. During these stages, I would have recurring flashes or images of some jellyfish-like creature or something like an octopus with suckered tentacles. Whatever it was, I felt like I was connecting to the tendrils or to the tentacles during this feeding phase. And
Feeding
Val
phase.
Valerian, yeah, and Val Valerian in his Matrix book series, which is really, really
I
good.
mean,
One
it
of the first books that
started in the 80s. His first
yeah, he
book.
was one of the first people that woke me up big time.
Yeah.
And he talked about this being a game. It wasn't until a little bit later when I finally had to like, okay, yeah, this is a game, and I went out and said it. But there was people like, oh man, what was the name of that guy that had the book, The Cosmic Game? He's a Stanislav Grof. He said it too. A lot of people did. I was a little slow. Anyway,
No,
he says
you're
it's
fine there. I think I'm still on the fence as to whether
yeah.
this is a game or a lure. I mean, I look at
Right.
the mechanics, Wayne, and if it's a game and how it reaches the astral
It's a
realm and everything
sick game.
that's yeah, it's one of the sickest games ever.
Well, there are 2 or 3 dozen near-death experiences on Endurf where I found that mentioned that the game that this
Game,
is like a
yeah,
game or a
yeah.
dream or
Yeah, well, they always say it's an illusion or it's
illusion, right?
all that type of stuff. But I am still on the fence. I am right on the
Yeah,
fence there
I,
with all that. I don't know what
I
to
am
make
too.
of it.
There's a good point in time to say that I do not know what the truth is,
Hmm.
and I'm like you. I'm not convinced about almost anything. I'm open-minded, and I just take it as evidence, and I'm trying to make the best
Sure,
decision I
sure.
can with it all. I do. Well, I mean, a lot of people talk as if they know the truth, and that drives me crazy. They just
Hmm.
speak in absolutes, and they never. A lot of people do not back up why they believe the way they believe. They just make all these point blank statements, and I try to back up my work with evidence. You
That's what
know,
it's all about, man. It's about putting out as much evidence as you can and saying, okay, I think it's in this direction, I think it's in that direction, and in my opinion, it's definitely a reincarnation trap. But is it based in a game? Is it based in something we were kind of lured into, but gave our consent? I think consent, no matter
right?
what is involved.
Yeah,
I stand by that no matter what. But
that's a good sign because
yeah,
that means we have autonomous
yeah,
control, or
yeah,
we're you
yeah.
know,
But
we have
there's just
sovereignty.
these mechanisms that are, fighting tooth and nail to keep us here and keep it alive, and
Yeah,
keep this place
and they
functioning. So,
manipulate us with our
yeah,
emotion
yep.
and our faulty logic and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. So Val in his Matrix book series writes, quote, it is they, the gray aliens in parentheses,
Mm-hmm.
who await in the light when a human being dies. The human being is then recycled into another body and the process begins all over again. Hence the light and tunnel at death trap. Scanning someone they wish to recycle as they near death. The aliens discover who the person was close to has died. They project the person's image in the white light tunnel, and the image waves you in deeper.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose to follow, you can be trapped and sent to another incarnation of their choice. These entities view Earth as a big farm. Now, it's not always the case that you'll have somebody wave you in kind of thing, but I mean, it does probably happen. So,
Yeah, I think there's kind of two categories with this. I think you have some people who are essentially they know they're going to die, and I think that makes up the majority of the population. Probably, I think
yeah.
they did polls on this, and make of them what you will. 80 to 90% of people die a progressive, quote unquote, natural death, and then you have 10 to 20% where it lies in freak, again, quote unquote, accident, or some sort of catastrophe, something messed up, where they don't necessarily expect to die. But even with that being said, people who run into those situations where they're, maybe die in a car accident or something like that, they'll have some premonition beforehand. So I like to tell people out there, if you have a premonition that you're going to die, it might be some terminal illness. It might be, who knows what it'll be. If you have some sort of connection, which I think most of us do, it's just a matter of us being receptive to it. That it's good that we have this kind of early warning system to help us and guide us to knowing that, we might not know the exact date as to when it'll all come down, but we will have an idea that, yes, something's about to occur, and it involves us leaving our body in this lifetime, for good. So, I guess just make of it what you will, but, keep your connection there. Like, if you start to feel as if you're on your way out, or having, saying things that you might not necessarily say normally to friends, family, or think, then, you may be approaching that moment anywhere from a year out, but usually it's within 6 months, 3 months out. Because it seems we get these premonitions with death. I can't definitively say that that's the case for everyone, but I think it's a good chunk of people, if not everybody. So,
yeah, and the veil may start to thin during that period where you might start seeing, relatives or people you don't know, strangers.
Yeah, and, people. I mean, like deathbed visions, visitations.
Yes.
Those are
after death communication.
Yeah. I mean,
visions.
Yeah, they come and they try to, say, the weirdest ones, the most offensive ones, in my opinion, are the ones who have deceased and were like abusers of, let's just say, their child, or somebody who, they were a parent to growing up. And, I've brought up examples where a person will, at 18, break from their abusive parent or parents and, live to 70, 80, 90 years old, not talking to them since the age of 18 when they were able to get out. And then all of a sudden, when they're on their deathbed, guess who shows up? Asking for an apology, and then they manipulate all this energy and get them to forgive and try to see it in a different way, and but yada yada yada. Just some of the sickest shit I've ever witnessed and read and listened to. But put that aside, it's not necessarily going to be that case for everybody. It just might be the case for a select few. But we just need to be on our toes that, if you're starting to get visitations, very lucid premonitions and dreams, or during the awakened state, just be on the lookout for that, because that's a sign that, something is going to probably happen. If they're not being directly blunt with you and telling you that it's going to happen. So.
Right. And the only reason I mentioned about that not always will a loved one, a family member come to wave you in, because I think I distinctly remember Daniel Brinkley saying that nobody came to greet him.
Okay.
So,
and sometimes
on that, go ahead.
No, I mean, sometimes it could be, religious deities, all sorts of different things can come and wave you. And it's not even necessarily just going to be parents. It's something that resonates with you, whether negative or positive, something big in your life, some sort of belief system, some sort of thing that is held over you. I brought up the case of very, very briefly, I'll just put this. There was a guy who, and you may have run across this, ND, I don't remember his name, but he was a Vietnam War vet, and he basically is on his deathbed, but he's sent back to a moment when he was covering his platoon mate in Vietnam, and had this tremendous guilt because he wasn't covering him at the time and the guy died. Lived with this thing his entire life. It was something that ate him to the core. And so he's on his deathbed in hospice, and who shows up? but the guy he shot. And you know,
Wow.
he of course, what do? They make the guy relive the experience in the form of the guy who got shot, kind of like a life review type thing. And this happened over the course of a couple days. And then eventually it got to the point where, you know, he was able to forgive himself. And who ushered him through? But the guy he shot. So, but that
Yeah,
was because
it's
it stuck with him. You know what I'm saying, Wayne? Like
right,
that was
right.
something that ate him alive his entire life. So we can call it a belief system. We can call it something ingrained in him, you know, because it's all about that
Hmm.
interpretation of something that is deep within you, no matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is.
Right. Yeah, just to piggyback on Val's comment about was the
Mm-hmm.
grays that wait there. I did find 2 or 3 dozen cases on NDERF where there were aliens that were part of the experience, and one in particular by Ruth said that she's met with a council of grays and said that they were in charge of recycling of souls. You know, it's just one, but
Whoa.
it is there, and there's a couple others that talk about chalky white beings or. But here's an interesting thing: is the one of the co-founders of IONS, which is the International Association of Near-Death Studies. That's like the big organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, oh, gee, am I going to forget his name now? Kenneth Ring.
Kind of thing, yeah.
He, in one of his books, has a whole chapter on the similarities between near-death experiences and alien abductions.
Mm-hmm.
So with the light and all that stuff, and I think he was even on like Larry King, maybe mentioning it. So it's
Oh, Kenneth Ring talked about it on Larry King. I didn't know that.
I think
No
I
shit. I'll
don't
look
quote
into
me
that.
on that, but I think he
No,
might
that's
have.
interesting.
So and then you got alien researcher Carla Turner. She during a 1994 appearance in Art Bell's radio show, she said, "My best opinion is that it is some form, metaphorically speaking, of farming. That we have some source for something." Qualities of physical materials, our energetic energy patterns. I have no idea. We might find that they could be considered more correctly, perhaps interloping farmers in the way that we as a species has taken over wild animals time and again and domesticated them and genetically altered them for our benefit. And then similarly, Linda Moulton Howe, who was like the leading, scientific advisor or whatever for Art Bell, she was always doing reports and stuff. She said the praying mantis aliens claim to be in charge of our spiritual evolution.
Hmm.
And she said, quote, if the recycling of souls is the machinery in this universe, one could argue philosophically that entropy in this universe was designed so that there would be a recycling of souls to grow and strengthen and evolve. End quote.
Yeah.
But I'm glad she mentioned the word entropy because I wanted to bring that up. We got
Mm.
entropy. I don't know if that's like the second law of thermonuclear dynamics, but it was like one of the big laws of this, Earth system is entropy, which means that everything's breaking down, right?
Hmm.
It's falling to pieces. To put it
Yeah. No,
mildly.
I think uh, Linda's a really rough one with anything truth wise. But you know, she, in my opinion, she's been an agent since the '80s, and I'm not gonna really get into some of the things
Well,
I
she was
think
like a
about.
former Miss America contestant or something like that, man. They
She's
picked a picked a good one.
Linda, you're a disgrace if you're listening. I'll just say that. I mean, I really.
I don't know.
No. I'm not
I'm
crapping
trying
on
not
you,
to throw
Wayne,
people
because I
under the
know you're
bus.
just
Yeah, I
covering your
know. I know.
stuff. But I just
Yeah.
think she's um, what she's done is really a disgrace. I'll just say that. And you know, I don't want to. I
Okay.
don't. I'm not gonna go into
You
it.
can tell me about it after.
Yeah,
I'd like to.
yeah,
I'm interested
yeah,
as why
yeah. I
you
will.
feel that
You
way.
know,
So.
she's.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Let's continue.
I mean, I have suspicions about
Yeah,
people just like
yeah.
everybody else does.
But you know,
So
the
it's
thing is just because they're an agent doesn't mean that they're not putting out truths too. I mean, because they
I
do
remember
these.
her talking. She had this experience with a praying mantis, and she
Mm,
was talking in positive terms with it. So
mhm.
that's. I don't know. Personally, I don't trust any of the aliens, but
No. I
that
think
kind of makes
they're no.
me
I don't trust
leery.
one of them. Not one of them. I think
Yeah.
they're all horse shit. I think they're all just some cooked up archetype, and whether they're implanted into society and grow over time, I don't know. But that's kind of my egregore, and you know they
Yeah.
build up power. Whether they're Christ, they could even just all be fake. you know. So
It's another field. There's
yeah,
egregores. Yeah, that's in the
yeah.
field of like psychic magic and all that stuff.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, it's just another
There's
area.
a
Another area would be out of body experiences. And
yep.
one of them is the pioneer, Robert Monroe,
Hmm.
was one of the first to talk
Mr.
extensively about
Loosh.
him. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to bring up is the loosh. And that's what we're talking about, farming,
Hmm.
our energy. And so I don't know if you want me to read some of the quotes
Oh,
or you
please
just,
do. No, I
okay.
love Monroe's work.
Because
Please.
I don't like just saying, well, Robert Mueller said that we're loose, because that's just, it's a blanket comment, man. It's like,
Yeah.
I'd rather somebody hear exactly what he says and
Put in
come
the
up with their
evidence.
own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's a great
he
way.
wrote, quote, from experience, the collectors have evolved an entire technology with complementary tools for the harvesting of loosh from the Type 4M units. The most common have been named love, friendship, family, greed, hate, pain, guilt, disease, pride, ambition, ownership, possession, sacrifice, and on a larger scale, nations, provincialism, wars, famine, religion, machines, freedom, industry, trade, to list a few. Loosh production is higher than ever before. He says, we were indeed producing something of value, loosh. Loosh, an energy generated by all organic life in varying degrees of purity, the clearest and most potent coming from humans, engendered by human activity which triggers emotion, the highest of such emotions being love. Is love loosh? Using the same stuff, interactive experience, one began to learn to express anger, pain, fear, and all the rest. And finally, hopefully, if you pass the course, a special energy waveform called love. Yet we don't really know what it is. To learn to be high quality loosh love producers, and those who possess loosh find it vital for whatever it is used for. Faced with this question of supply and demand, someone decided to produce it artificially, so to speak, rather than search for it in its natural form. He decided to build a garden and grow loosh. If a smart transmitter
Yeah, I
propagates
think
certain
that's
ways, they can
just not to.
resonate.
I'm sorry, Wayne. I think
No, go ahead.
the whole garden aspect to it's really fascinating too, especially if you
Right.
read the book. Which I know you have, he
Three of
taught,
them.
the correlation there is just ridiculous. How it's, we could talk about the Garden of Eden and connecting
Yes,
that,
yes.
and I mean, it's sick. I mean, and it talks about how it was just essentially all built up, and
It's,
boom, yeah,
it's the Garden of Eden.
eating,
Eating.
eating.
Eden. Eden.
Yep,
Eden.
we got some eating to do.
Got some human beings in that garden.
So sick.
Yeah, he said if a smart transmitter propagates certain waves, they can resonate with other related vibrations of like kind to form a multiple pattern, which, if thought of as light, would be white. So, in and of
Yeah.
itself, you don't have to be the end product antenna or transducer, just one of the oscillators. You may never display actual loose radiation, but you have a vital part in its production. And finally, he wrote, it must be quite a place to handle that much loose this somewhere. It would fall neatly into many concepts of heaven. That's pretty powerful stuff.
It's right in
And
your
I know it
face.
in one of his YouTube lectures, I think it's called Wednesday with him or something. He talks
Mm-hmm.
about this being that's like a demiurge.
Yep.
He was speculating on why we came down, he said basically we got trapped, but we made a deal basically with this. He called him the entry director, or I think he called him Ed, but he called him the entry director, and talked about how the entry director would
Mm-hmm.
place you into a body here on Earth and all that. So
Yeah, which it's like the whole bullshit council of elders or your
mhm.
wannabe guide or quote unquote ascended masters, all these bullshitters, to just keep this cycle running. It's really some sick stuff. I found it interesting how Monroe touched on that, dedicated a chapter to it, and just the whole thing just he was affected by it for what, a couple weeks or a couple months, I don't remember, and and never talked about it again. Just no big deal,
Yeah.
okay, we'll just drop this bomb on you guys, and we'll just never talk about it again. And the Monroe Institute is no doubt
Been
been
infiltrated.
yeah, oh, beyond doubt, there's no question about it. Everything that they're doing there just make, I mean, they have a course. I think I told you about this when we did our first talk with
The
my
gateway one
journey
or
to
which one?
awakening. Yeah, they have they have a course that you can pay for. Anybody want to pay for this course? Okay. Um, so where he is, I'm sorry, not he, where the Monroe Institute, you can go to the Monroe Institute and help, help your loved ones or others cross over to the light. How great is that?
Yeah, it's one of the focus groups, I guess. What is it,
Yeah.
20? One of them? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, there are other groups that do this too, but I just found it interesting
Hmm.
that of all the groups, the Monroe
Interesting.
Institute just happens to be, dipping their fingers in that mess.
Yeah, but when you read what he actually said in the book, he wasn't necessarily talking about the light being very
No,
like
no, no, no. But
the,
I mean,
the
it's after,
successor
this
said
is years later.
pushed. Yeah,
I don't know when he,
exactly.
or when they instituted that exact program. I'd really love to know. I even question whether they were infiltrated from the beginning. Just the fact that there were those CIA papers, which are, are
Mm-hmm.
some of the most incredible papers you'll ever read. I don't really trust the CIA for shit. But the Gateway Experience papers that were declassified are pretty damn telling, and they
Right.
even they point directly to a holographic universe, a holographic experience here on Earth.
Yeah.
And I recommend anyone listening today who has not seen those to download those immediately and go through them. They're only 29 pages. They got a few different ones, but the one that really, really will open your eyes is about 29 pages long. So feel
Yeah.
free to continue.
Oh yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm going to cover this later, but I just dawned on me that there's a couple things that I didn't include here from him. But he one time he talked about this this emitter, this dream emitter. He said he found this something out there that's emitting this what he called the dream that we're having. And then another thing he mentioned one time, he got caught into this like he found out it was kind of like an artificial loop that was like simulating some kind of I don't know if it was light or afterworld or something, but anyway, just he has some interesting stuff in his books for sure.
Yep.
So anyway, I was going to get into the role of the sun and the moon and some of that stuff. So if
Great,
you, I
great.
don't, you
How
need to
about
break.
we'll take a break and we'll get into the sun and moon when we come back. So let's take a stretch break. Yeah, we're about 2.5 hours in. So take a breather
Great.
for about 5.5 minutes and we will reconvene in a few moments. Hang in there, my friends. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks, Wayne.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Good. I just threw a bunch of notes in there and hoped it was going to be good.
Okay. All right, Wayne, we are back. Welcome back, my friends. Great to have you with us. So, let's get into the next segment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the sun and the moon, if you don't mind. And
Please do. This is my wheelhouse too.
Yeah. So I just wrote like an intro that basically said the sun is the great enabler. It is what keeps this Earth system going. It gives its energy, heat, light to make life possible here on Earth. Right. So a couple of interesting quotes, if you don't mind. Walter Russell in the book The Secret of Light said, "All things in the solar system come from the sun and return to it." And here's one from the occult side, I guess you could say. Aleister Crowley. I'm sure a lot of people out there know who he is. And he is
Nice
him
parasite
to Lucifer.
of the Matrix.
Yes, it is a thing called hymn to Lucifer. He said, quote, "With noble passion, sun-souled Lucifer swept through the dawn colossal." Yeah, they probably didn't call him the beast for nothing, right? Yeah. So here's a really good quote from the Pista Sophia. This is a Gnostic text in chapter 2. And it says, quote, "And further, the receivers of the sun and the receivers of the moon, if they look above and see the configurations of the paths of the ions and the configurations of the fate and those of the sphere, then they take them from the light power. And the receivers of the sun get it ready and deposit it until they hand it over to the receivers of Melchizedek, the light purifier. And their material refuse they bring to the sphere which is below the ions and fashion it into the souls of men and fashion it also into souls of reptiles and of cattle and of wild beasts and of birds according to the circle of the rulers of that sphere and according to all the configurations of its revolution. And they cast them into this world of mankind and they become souls in this region," end quote. So that's the Gnostic text, which a lot of people think are pretty powerful stuff. They're literally talking about the receivers of the sun and the moon and how they receive the light and recycle it basically down here. So interesting. I've never seen that quote anywhere. But I had a friend that was Gnostic and he was sending me some stuff and I'm like, whoa, that's a good one. So the Mayan priest would hold up the still beating heart of the sacrificial victim to the sun. And as the sun, it's also the heart of the solar system. And the sun sacrifices its life and energy to us. So it could be fitting in a symbiotic relationship for, us to do likewise, according to those people that wanted to do the sacrifices, right? And so you also have the symbolism in the Olympics where the torch is lit by the rays of the sun and it's kept burning by a human relay. So think about that symbolism. Maybe they steal some of the light power from us when they recycle us and they stoke the fires of the sun, so to speak, maybe on an astral plane, I'm not saying physically. And that's sort of represented as Satan stealing our souls and sending them to to fuel the hellfire. And of course, the sun is called Helios, Helios, like Greek term. And think about this. You've ever heard that if you do that, it's going to be SOL. It's just a bad phrase. You're going to be shit out of luck. It's SOL. Well, that's the sun. You're shit out of luck, right? I mean, where did all these terms? And then I'm just throwing this in there off the top of my head. Like you've got this root word stir, like aster, the STER, which means star, right? Well, we've got words like prickster, prankster, jokester. There's like quite a few of them. It's like, why is that, right? Anyway, so so with the Olympics, I mean, maybe they have to keep this eternal flame burning with a relay of souls, and that's maybe the purpose of the ceremony. It could be like a cult magical ritual, right? Where they simulate it, and of the Olympic Games, and the cauldron that is lit with the rays of the sun by humankind. And the Olympic flame is a symbol of the Olympic Games commemorating the theft of fire from the Greek god Zeus by Prometheus, that is Enki, who gave the fire to mankind. So it's a relay to keep the sun's flames burning. And that might relate to the light and dark balance that the demiurge needs to maintain. So he can't use up the fire all at once. And these ancient tribes, such as the Maya and the Aztec and Incas, they sacrifice these souls or hearts to the sun to keep it alive as well. And then you've got, I mentioned Burning Man and in Christianity, you got the Son of God, which sacrificed its life for you in return, give your heart and soul to the Son of God, which they call Jesus. So, those are two of the biggest rituals here on earth, the Olympics and
Huge.
Christianity's
Yeah.
sacrificial son. Yeah. So there's got to be meaning behind that stuff,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Why is it so big too? I mean, come on, let's. I
right,
mean, why is it so big? If because there's an agenda behind it. It's just
right.
so obvious.
And you have the eternal flame memorials and the torches, such as the one of the Statue of Liberty holds up, which represents their freedom, and liberty. It's the difference between freedom and liberty, and it keeps their flame alive and ours imprisoned. And by the way, that there's a text in the Sumerian text that talks about Inanna, and she's like Venus, or they describe her holding up this torch. It's really interesting that there's a connection.
Yeah,
So
I
the
mean,
Statue of Liberty may be Venus or Lucifer, the church called Venus Lucifer. So
yeah,
there you go.
yeah, it's fascinating stuff, and how it wasn't even the Statue of Liberty wasn't even intended to come to America, but we were kind of like the second on the list, and ended up getting it. It's kind of a weird thing in and of itself, but
it's probably a Freemasonic thing.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
yeah.
So I was also wondering if like the intensely bright light that in the ears are drawn to might actually be the sun, or its astral counterpart. So it's like, before you dismiss it, consider our souls do not look like our physical bodies and resemble more like an egg of like translucent white light. And also our sun is actually white light. I think we mentioned this in the first show. Somebody asked, why is it turning more white? And so the intensity of its light and color can be diluted or changed due to the refraction of the rays through the Earth's atmosphere. So, and also our bodies will no longer have eyes with rods and cones anymore, because souls see with this like central core of their being on the other side. So maybe the sun's light would appear more pure. And there's been NDEers that talk about, they said, I went straight into the sun. They describe it as like a sun. I mean, that they weren't literally saying it is the sun, but they were describing it that way.
Yeah, they say that all the time. They it's bright as, but I could see it. They always say, "Oh yeah, I could look at it, but it was as bright as the sun is, or brighter than the sun, but I could still see it."
Here's one quote I did throw in here. It's by Marta M. It's from the Enderforg website. It says, quote, all of a sudden I looked up, I saw light. Now, I don't know if it was the spiritual plane or the sun. So that's just one example. It's not the only one. So we can head into the moon if you want. I mean, that's actually bad phrasing there. That's horrible phrasing. But the section on the moon here. There's a quote from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is translated by E.A. Wallace Budge, and it's the chapter of coming forth by day and of living after death. And it says, the Osiris Ani saith, hail thou one who shinest from the moon. Hail thou one who shinest from the moon. Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among thy multitudes who are at the portal. Let him be with the light God. Let the Tuat be open to him. So it's talking about the moon and those who are at the portals, the multitudes who are at the portal, and saying, let them be with the light God.
Let them be.
That's Wallace Budge. That's E.A. Wallace Budge, and the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and a lot of people. I mean, he's like one of the guys, right, when it comes to Egyptian write-ups. So, and I just threw this one in here, which everybody knows, but it's from the movie Star Wars, where it's like, look at him, he's heading for that small moon. That's no moon, it's a space station. We're caught in a tractor beam, and it's pulling us in.
Yeah, and that's what it does. It lures people in, just like the solar system, like we've talked about.
Yes, solar. Yeah. That's another.
Soul is lured.
Words. Yes. And here's just one more, because we're going to get into the Hollywood and TV stuff, I think, on another episode. But just one more, which really illustrates that point very well. The DreamWorks Pictures logo features a fishing lure cast from the moon down into presumably the earth below. And then here's one that's even bigger. It says the Miller High Life sign features a woman sitting on the moon, and in some representation she wears a witch's hat, and she's holding high a glass of golden beer with the slogan, here's the slogan, fishing, reeling in the high life, or reel in the high life. And then there's a cover of this book, John Everson's novel called Siren. It depicts a siren with a gigantic moon looming right behind her as she peers down onto the water below. Of course, in Greek mythology, sirens were mermaids, which were originally depicted as birds who lured sailors to their deaths upon the rock with their sweet song. And I've made this reference that the moon is like a rock. You know, when people say, when they sing about rock and roll, I mean, to roll is to die. We're going to, you know, heads will roll. We're going to, anyway. So the Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. I've got their T-shirt on, and I did not buy this when I retired from work. They were at fishing for like what I liked, and I told them, I mean, they knew I liked Pink Floyd, so they went out and bought this shirt for me, and I would not have bought one with a, you know, it looks too Illuminati. but the Dark Side of the Moon is such a, you know, the actual cover, it's like you got the black void or whatever behind it, and then you got this white beam of light, which is the white light, and it comes and it's split into the rainbow, the color spectrum, and it's just amazing.
And it's like, so it's a perfect representation of us being limited, because that's the color spectrum we see, and behind it is the darkness, the black, and we are in the dark about what that is behind there.
And if you listen closer to the album, it's all about death, and we'll get into it in the lyrics. I cannot wait to do that show.
Album. Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
Yeah, and of course that Star Wars, it featured a spaceship in disguise as a moon and was called the Death Star. And then one last thing on the movie type thing. There's a movie poster for the horror movie The Ring, and it shows a solar eclipse, and the caption is, "Before you die, you see the ring." So, is that programming? Is that, you know, a spell? What is that? You know, is it just coincidence? I don't know. So
everything's just coincidence, Wayne, right?
Right. I don't believe in that so much.
Neither do I.
And so if you look at a lot of the magic or witchcraft books and stuff like that, you go to the store in that section and you'll see that a lot of them have to do with the moon. Here's just a few. You got moon magic, crafts and recipes, rituals and spells. Moon spells, how to use the phases of the moon to get what you want. Magic and rituals of the moon. Sisters of the Dark Moon, 13 rituals of the Dark Goddess. So you get the point. Power of the moon using Wiccan rituals. So you go back into mythology, and there's all these moon gods and moon goddesses, and some of the interesting names. Some of the interesting names of them, though. Thoth was considered a moon god, and he was the trickster god and god of thieves, a transporter of souls and conductor of spirits. Diana is also, she was called the goddess of the hunt. Isis was known as the mistress of magic, the queen of sorcery, and lady of the spell. Hecate is a goddess of witchcraft. Lilith is the patroness of witches, or the queen of demons. And there's this great book, which I found by Jules Cashford. It's called The Moon, Myth and Image. And it's got a whole section called To the Moon as the Abode of Souls, and another one called The Moon as a Stage in the Journey to the Sun. And this is like all these, there's just dozens and dozens of ancient cultures that believe.
Tons of them. And then you have, and you have Diana, which, you know, Princess Diana, and the whole ritual with her, and how it was, I did a video on that year, I don't know, 2018, 2017, something like that.
The tunnel was the bridge, right?
Yeah, the bridge, the Tunnel of Souls or something like that, and then they have the torch. They have it. I mean, the whole thing is just riddled with occult fucking symbolism. It's nuts.
Yeah, and Diana was a goddess of the moon.
Yeah.
So, one of the guys that was on Art Bell's show, Zeph Daniel, he claimed to have been born into a satanic family and was brainwashed from an early age and subjected to satanic ritual abuse. Anyway, he said that he believes souls were captured at death in a white light machine operating on the moon. And he told host George Norrie, quote, "It's like a crystal type of structure that I've seen, but the important thing about it is this. Next to this, and remember, this is also a fourth dimensional type of vision or reality that I was shown and taken to. Next to it, I saw these, I don't know, these demons. Let's just say they look like grays or reptiles, reptilian humanoid types. operating this great kind of tunnel thing where people, again, after they die, are going into it, and it's like a manipulated movie. They're walking in there and seeing loved ones and having this warm experience, and they want to go there. Yes, they think it's wonderful. And I'm just telling you, they're just taking them out. They're taking them out. And I believe there is an intergalactic market for these, disembodied spirits, because really the flesh is only like a suit of clothes, but we're taught that the flesh is it. And maybe there's a spirit. They capture them, they take them, and they sell them. Trade exists. There are principalities in the hierarchy all over the place, and they are captured and dealt with. This was like in 2003 when he was on the show and said that. Again, anything that somebody says is, it could be misinformation. It could be sensationalism. They may want to sell books. They may want attention. I mean, you got to take everything with a grain of salt, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and the way I also see it is this is one of the, this topic we talk about today is one of it's the most hidden truth of this existence. So with that, they plan ahead. They plan ahead, just like they've planned ahead for everything and anything. So, I'm not saying that, we're specifically talking about a disinformation, but they're not idiots. They're going to set up something where they have the narrative down the road too.
Maybe that's why the movie Soul by Disney and
Unreal.
Pixar. Was it Disney? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Disney,
that's why they came out. They had to do like some kind of damage control, right? Because maybe we are making some headway with some of our information.
That movie is just
control
incredible.
the narrative.
Yeah,
it is. It does show
incredible.
a lot.
I mean,
we'll definitely cover that one.
Yeah, my jaw dropped to the floor when I first saw that. I probably watched it 8-9 times now. It's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. So John Lear is another major player in this whole thing, obviously. He's the one that really influenced me.
Me too. He was one of the first ones for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because he was on Art Bell's late night coast to coast radio show, and which probably had 15 million listeners, and he said, quote, from what Bob, he was talking about Bob Lazar, he said, from what Bob read, the experiment is with the soul. We are referred to as containers. The aliens referred to us as containers. That's all, just containers. They didn't want the containers to hurt themselves while this experiment was going on. Now, I've, given a lot of thought, and I can't imagine what the experiment is. That was, of course, back in the 90s, okay? So that was...
Yeah, and Lazar and his whole crew and Snorri.
Element.
Yeah, I mean,
Special Element,
115. Right? I mean, he's clearly a plant, but at the same time, it's like you get these little nuggets.
They're releasing some of the information to.
I mean, you get nuggets, but I think that's the whole point, is that they put out these truths, but layer it with loads of bullshit, right. So that you can you have to
be able to discern.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to discern which is the truth and which is, too far. So, and so John Lear on the Moon said, Richard Hoagland led me to this because when I saw his tape about the Earth-Mars-Moon connection and talked about the Lunar Orbiter 384M photos showing the tower on the moon, directly in the center of the moon in the Sinus Medii, stretching 6 miles high on a tripod and a cube on top, a mile on each side, I wondered to myself, what could that be for? What could be an antenna that's... Well, first of all, that's got to be an antenna, and it's pointed directly at Earth. Are they trying to record our TV programs? And I thought, no, that's unlikely. These people are millions of years ahead of us. Probably what they're doing is sending, transmitting, and receiving souls. When a person dies, they retract the soul into this machine. When a person is born, they send the soul or transmit the soul. And this has been going on for however long this thing's been there.
Yeah, it amazes me that, Hoagland has that nugget in there when he is one of the... Right. Oh my God, he's definitely, no doubt, a system player.
If all the world's a stage, if all the world's a stage and we are merely players, and it's some kind of a movie or just a divine play or a cosmic, play, then there would be a plot line, right? There's a story arc, and maybe they're just inching the whole story along to where, to this logical conclusion, whatever that is.
Yeah, no, it's well said, Wayne. Couldn't agree more. If it's a game, God, Everything in my gut tells me, Wayne, that it's not a game, but it's scripted, and it resets and change, kind of like, the scenery change of the play, where the curtain comes down, they change the
Yeah.
scenery on the stage, and then they lift the curtain up and the new scene starts. I just feel like we're in this
I think
repetitive
there's
loop.
some kind of game
Mm,
something for entertainment value. I mean,
mm-hmm,
there actually was one person on Endurf had an NDE, and he literally asked them, "What's the meaning of life?" And they told him it's for the entertainment of the spirit realm. Now it's just it's just one NDE, and of
yeah,
course we can't necessarily trust what he's
yeah.
being told. And we got to make the point that every NDE is unique, right? And it seems like
Mm-hmm,
it's a subjective thing.
yeah.
So
It's
you
just
can't just
about the
say, well, this
data
one person
patterns.
said it, so it must be true, kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
no, it's about the patterns you can create from them.
right,
That's the
exactly.
only thing I can go off of, with this, and even then, it's we got what we got. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I did the page, which I took down because there was just too many. I had clips from movies, and I just didn't want to jeopardize the site, so I took it down.
Mm.
But I was going through finding everything I could on the moon and stuff. And I found this advertisement from Miller High Life, and it's called "Girl in the Moon." You might be able to find it on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe that's where I got it. I can't remember. But it says the commercial said, "quote We go hand in hand, you and I. I'm the girl in the moon, and I want to tell you everything I know, everything there is to savor. I'll see you soon." That's kind of.
I'll see you
And if you
soon.
think about one of the moon gods is Yah. I've got a
Mm.
dictionary of deities, and one of the moon gods is named Yah. I think it's YA, but it may also be Yah or
Yahweh,
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
But how often do we go around saying "see you later"? See ya later. I mean, is that like a spell, or is it because people say it all the time, right?
Yeah. There's light at the end of the tunnel, Wayne.
Yeah, it's a train. But so yeah, and in this case, the girl in the moon's wearing a witch's hat, and the slogan, like I said before, is called "Reeled in the High Life." So, one of the best shows I've seen, and of course, their information is suspect as is anybody else's, but I thought this was actually a really good episode, and it's from Ancient Aliens, and they did a whole episode on. It's called Season 11, Episode 11, and it was called Space Station Moon. So if anybody can find that, that's a good one to watch. But it says its exact size is such that it gives us total eclipses. Its disk exactly covers the sun, and the chances of that occurring are so literally astronomically small, it's very disturbing. And the narrator says the sun's diameter is 400 times greater than the moon, and coincidentally, the sun also happens to be nearly precisely 400 times further away.
Yeah, well,
That's
that's
the
what they
reason the sun
say.
and Earth share the
The
same.
sun is, in my opinion, blatantly in our
Well, at
atmosphere
any
too.
rate, they're the
But yeah,
same size in our
same.
line
Yeah,
of
no,
vision
it's
or whatever.
yeah,
So
no,
very
absolutely, Wayne.
peculiar.
Yeah, they line up where it's not a coincidence. It's
No,
ridiculously
right.
accurate and
Yeah.
on point. So
And so one of the people says, was it placed there deliberately? Was it engineered maybe by aliens? Right. And
yeah.
there was a book, God, what was his name? Christopher. Anyway, they wrote the book called Who Built the Moon?
Oh yeah,
You
I
heard of that
have that
one?
book. I have
Lomas, I
it.
think it's Lomas and Christopher or somebody. It's been a long time.
Christopher, yeah. I can't remember, but yeah,
He wrote a
that's
book
it.
on
Yep.
Freemasonry and stuff too,
Yep.
interestingly enough.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
so they're speculating, but anyway, that's one of the interesting things. And then there's another one where they're talking about the moon was artificially pulled into place,
Oh yeah,
and how
that's been through a couple perspectives too, right, Wayne? It's not
and how
just yeah.
how it contains
Yeah.
cities and structures that
Mm,
are inside and outside of the moon.
mm.
And they were saying that it could be some gigantic artificial spaceship that is here to monitor our
Mm.
planet. I mean, if it would be perfect place for it. It's like
It
right
would,
there.
right in our face. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't without a telescope.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see what's going on there,
Yeah,
right?
did I show you my
Mhm.
video on the
No.
I was having ridiculous um connections with the moon. This was back in 2016 to 2018. And I would just wake up randomly in the middle of the night and be like, okay, let me just go out and film the moon. All this weird stuff. I was reading tons of books on the moon, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Anyways, this was in December 2018. I woke up in the middle of the night, Go outside with. Hold on, I'm getting. Oh, I'm sorry. One sec, Wayne.
Okay.
Getting bullshit spam on the channel. All right. From porn sites.
Wonderful.
Anyways, so in the middle of the night in December 2018, I get dragged outside, like, not dragged, but woken up and said, take the camera outside. I had bought a P900 by Nikon, and I was just filming the moon constantly, all sorts of stuff. And I start I walk right outside, and there's these lines scanning the moon, like I don't know how many there were. I was like 6 or 7, something like that, and they're just scanning the moon, like going from the southern part of the moon to the northern tip of the moon.
It's amazing.
And just going like this. I have the video. It's on my channel. Yeah. It's really old, but and I saw it with my eyes and through the camera. And other people have seen it too. I mean, it's been talked about on Reddit, so I'm not the only one who's seen it.
I've heard
but
about that, yeah.
I look at it and just I can't even think of it as a physical object unless it's a something cloaking a physical object behind it. That I could totally see. Right. But I look at it and I say, I just don't get that vibe. I think it's some sort of holographic image. It's probably like a portal type thing. I can totally see that. And it's,
I found an article on, I think it was space.com or one of those NASA type sites, and they found a portal that's between the Earth and the moon. I think it was.
From what? Space.com, like, you said?
Yeah, maybe in space.com.
Okay.
But it's interesting they found like a portal.
I'm gonna take a note on
that. They call it rolling. They described it as like rolling pins and blah blah blah. It was like an article I put somewhere. I could probably, if you remind me, I'll send you.
Yeah. I try to take notes when we talk because I forget everything. So
I may be wrong. Maybe it wasn't the Earth and the moon, but it was like outside the Earth.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take a note of that because NASA's full of shit with everything, but
I'm not sure. Is space.com NASA related?
Mostly it is, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't. Again, they put out truths. It's they just like everything else. They put out these weird, creepy truths.
My memory wants to say space.com. I could be incorrect because I quote so many different places, but I want to say that I may be wrong. I'm trying to go by memory, and it's not so good anymore.
No worries, Wayne. No worries. I'm with you, my friend.
So the narrator says, might there not only be structures on the lunar surface, but also unidentified activity that might point to current extraterrestrial occupation of the moon? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes. Of course, they're always saying that. Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that further evidence may be found on the dark side of the moon. So here they mentioned that it's in synchronous rotation with the Earth, meaning it takes just as long to rotate around its own axis as it does to complete its orbit around our planet. So you only observe one side, and up to 41% of the moon's surface is never seen. So it only shows us one side, and one of the reasons
is the other side doesn't exist.
Locked. I thought about that too. I thought maybe it's like a satellite, like it's a half shell or something.
No, I think it's a projection, and there's no doubt what we are seeing is some sort of hologram or projection, but what is behind it, I don't know. I mean,
well, sometimes you see some pictures people take, and you like see clouds behind it or something.
Yeah, it's in our atmosphere. There's no doubt. It is close.
And then there was there's a lot of songs that talk about the moon kind of being like 8 miles or 9 miles high, or whatever that one song is and stuff. But
I think we're in an enclosed system. I mean, everything, stars, sun, moon, quote unquote planets. I think the entire thing. The reason, I'll say that, Wayne, is I was on a mission to kind of prove that to myself, and that is the entire reason I bought the camera.
Yeah.
And I bought the camera. I'm telling you, I'm zooming. I use a star tracker and a couple different things. And I look at these things and I say, okay, how am I zooming in, 50 light years away or
Right.
10 light years away with a
Right.
$500 camera with a 86 times zoom. Come on.
Good point.
I mean,
Very
let's
good point.
just, I mean, it's
Right.
so obvious that we're in some sort of enclosed system, but
Yeah.
what exactly is
When it
going
gets to
on?
science,
That's up
it's
for
all
debate.
over my it's over my head. So who
Yeah, no,
knows?
I
But
mean, if you ever get a chance, Wayne, to pick up one of those
and then
cameras,
also
you can do
Crow 777, right? He
it.
did he have something about the
Yeah, the
moon being a
lunar wave
hologram
thing
and the
Crow
lunar
has,
wave,
yeah.
right? What do you think about that stuff?
I really
Is
don't know
legit
what to
or not?
say about Crow.
Uh-huh.
I reached out to him when I filmed the moon thing. I will say that, he's former military and his channel
Oh,
has,
wow! I didn't know that.
yeah. So, I mean, make of it what you will, but
All right.
I don't, but, again, he was part of my journey, so uh, all these agents in place, they have their reason.
Mm-hmm.
They have their information that is valuable to someone like us while we're seeking, so
Right.
regardless, I was a subscriber to his website years ago, and I listened to him constantly, and then I just drifted away like everybody else. Like I listen and watch people, and I go in my phases with them, and then they at some point they fizzle out for me, and they've done their purpose for me. But um, I don't. Let me just put it this way: I don't trust him. I think he's the type of person that you need to be discernful. You have to be discernful with everything, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. But I hear formal military, and that's really
Right.
all I need to hear. And they're up. I could, I'll tell you about something else that I'm aware of with Crow, but I'm not going to talk about it tonight.
No,
So
that's good.
yeah,
So there was
privately.
another person said, I don't know these people because I don't watch Ancient Aliens all that much, but he said there have been whistleblowers that say they've been taken to a base, which is called Lunar Operations Command on the far side of the moon, and that this base is part of a network of bases on the far side of the moon that are run by various secret space programs and extraterrestrial civilizations. The Apollo missions have taken surveillance photographs of the moon's surface, and some of the photographs have shown what appear to be structures. Now, have you heard about these, space soldier and all the secret
Oh
soldier and all that
yeah,
stuff?
that
Like,
whole
was it
bullshit.
Max
Yeah.
Spears? And what
Oh
do you
yeah.
think about? I highly
Max
is suspicious,
Spears.
but I mean, I don't know.
I have been trying to find this photo, Wayne. There's no doubt Max Spears was balls deep into the occult. I mean,
Hmm.
I will try and explain what his bedroom looked like. Okay, so
Wow.
it is an occult practitioner's paradise, mainly Egyptian driven, and it is a sight to be seen. And I have been looking for this photo for 2 or 3 years. It was in some publication saying this is, Max. It was right after he died, and I have not been able to find the damn thing
Mhm.
ever since. I wish I saved it, but
Wasn't he also talking about the light being a trick, or
yeah,
was
yeah,
that?
he talked about
I thought
that.
he remembered
I
that.
mean, I think you know, it's tough to say what exactly was going on with him, but
Hmm.
I mean, it's been a while since I looked into him,
I've
but
heard a few people mention him, so I had
yeah,
to
I
check him
think
out. And it's like, oh, okay,
yeah, I mean,
he's saying
there's an
some
interview
similar
of
stuff.
him with him in you know, um, I don't even really want to give the channel credit, but
Right.
with
I think I know
Cassidy,
who you're saying. Yeah,
Carrie,
yeah, 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 yeah.
um,
Right.
and Bill Ryan, um, but hmm. And he talks about there was this whole thing with I think Mars and the moon and all that, this
Mm.
super soldier thing. I mean, all that stuff I don't even buy at all. But maybe he was fed certain truths. I think he could have been very possibly MK Ultra. I don't
Mm.
put that or discount that at all. I think he was in some sort of situation where he was kind of in pressure, or given pressure to perform for the public and provide certain narratives. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that is definitely the case, but it's.
Well, on
I
the
don't
end,
believe he was killed either. I mean, people talk about how he was,
I
killed or
noticed
anything.
you put mind control on the poster, so I figured I probably need to throw a few things in there. And since you
Sure.
mentioned mind control, I wanted to mention just a short aside that the word government literally means mind control, because you got govern, which is to rule or control, and ment is mental, which is mind. So government literally means mind control basically. And the other thing was on the subject of MK Ultra, like way back in, I think it was the 60s, Dr. I don't know if he's a doctor, I think he was, but
Whatever.
Jose Delgado,
Oh, okay.
he
Yeah.
took a remote control and he stopped a charging bull. They put electrodes in his brain basically, and then he started charging at him at a bullfight or whatever, and he took a remote control and he literally stopped him in his tracks. So that was like 50
That
years
was
ago. And
crazy
I've got
stuff.
some
Yeah.
books like Mega Brain by, I think I want to say Hutchinson or somebody, but they talk all this mind to skull technology. I mean, they've got crazy
They do. Yeah.
things.
And I think it's been around a very long time. Very
Mhm.
long time.
They can implant thoughts in you. It's just amazing what they can do. Anyway, so they were talking about back on the ancient aliens. They were saying that Earth's prehistory, and they were talking about how there's ancient accounts that speak of a time before the celestial object even invented. I mean, it even existed, the moon. It talks about the Greek BC, early 5th century BC, Roman and Greek authors wrote of a time before there was a moon in the heavens. It says allusions to this can also be found in the Hebrew Bible, and there are Zulu legends that say the moon was brought to Earth hundreds of generations ago. So it's some pretty interesting show. And there's others I found also, which we can go over if you want.
Please
To.
do.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No.
interesting.
Please, Wayne. Yeah.
Okay, I might put this article back up temporarily so people can sort of
Sure. Please
go
do.
through it. And you probably ran across some of these books, Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon, and
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
else's on the
I have
moon.
it.
I had some ones too, like Alternative 3 and all kinds of. That's a
Mhm.
hard one to find. But let's see. Dang it, did I lose my? Kind of trying to find myself here.
Take your time.
Yeah. I just kind of slapped this all together because.
No worries, Wayne. It's been amazing so far. So
Okay, yeah. The
much
next one is
appreciated.
Aliens on the Moon: The Truth Exposed, 2014, and some of the stuff I'd never heard of. I just found it searching. And so they're talking about Neil and Buzz, the astronauts, and they said they were on the lunar surface. Neil switched to the medical channel and spoke directly with the chief medical officer saying, quote, "They're here. They're parked on the side of a crater. They're watching us." I spotted a lot of stuff that seemed to not belong on the moon. How credible do you think all that is?
I think it's all bullshit.
Bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy anything about the moon landings at all. I think they're all a complete hoax.
Well, maybe they're just releasing the information, right? Slow.
Yeah, no, but that's the
time
crazy
capsule
thing.
release
It's
kind of
the
thing.
layered thing. I mean, like, it's like, oh, let's because who's looking into this type of stuff? It's people like us. Everyone else is like, okay, I buy into the illusion and that's it. But for for the truth seeker, then we can say, oh, well, we wanted to make sure things are as protected as possible, but at the same
Maybe they have to
time,
say,
put out the
maybe
truth.
they have to reveal the truth at some level.
I agree. I agree, and that's where the quagmire comes in for
They're
me.
like, well,
Wayne.
we told you guys.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem I have with disseminating whether this is a game or whether it's we're lured in here, by some force that is hard to resist.
That could be part of the game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it could go either. Absolutely. It could be tied into both. I just I really don't know what to say because I have no clue. All I know is it's parasitic.
So more about the moon. They were saying, quote, and it has very distinct features of a satellite dish. It's got the dish itself, the crater shape, and it's a long spike that appears to come out of the middle. Talking about looks like a satellite dish on Earth looks, and he says there's an interesting picture on the moon that does appear to show something that could be a bridge, maybe a pipe, could be an inching worm. You know, they're talking about bridges and pipes and worms. You know, that's the same stuff I'm talking about in relation, and a cooling tower, and see what else they were talking about. Gigantic artificial looking structures, a nuclear power plant. They speculating aliens, of course. Another show was called Unsealed Alien Files from 2012. Have you heard of these shows?
I think it was on History Channel or Discovery or something, right?
So one of the quotes supposedly said, "Houston, this is Discovery." This can't be true, but he says, "We still have the alien spacecraft under our belly." I mean, how's that really?
Talk about right out in plain sight. You know.
It seems pretty
No, I don't
unbelievable. But I had heard the one about the being a bogey, and they used Santa Claus to describe the craft they were seeing. Have you heard about that one? I'm sure you have.
Yep.
What do you think? It's all just
I think it's all just smoke and mirrors, and you know, we can't forget the alien narrative with all this too, and how that has its place in society, and you know that's turned into a religion in and of itself, and so I just look at it and I say, well, you know, it keeps the matrix running.
It's just interesting
provides
that
an outlet for people.
Their narrative is talking about, you know, spaceships lined up on the craters, and there's, you know, the dark side of the moon, and there's, you know, alien presence, and there's cities and buildings, and you know, the Richard Hoagland talking about a dome and a shard, and even in Ingo Swann, he was we'll bring another area in. This is remote viewing, right? Ingo Swann was supposed to be like the most talented one, right?
Remote
and
viewer,
from his book Penetration, he said, I found towers, machinery. He's remote viewing the moon, obviously. He says, I found towers, machinery, lights of different colors, strange looking buildings. I found bridges whose function I couldn't figure out. One of them just arched out and never landed anywhere. There were a lot of domes of various sizes, round things like small saucers with windows. These were stored next to crater sides, sometimes in caves, sometimes in what looked like airfield hangars. I had problems estimating sizes, but some of the things were very large. I found long tube-like things, machinery, tractor-like things going up and down hills, straight roads, extending some miles, obelisks, which had no apparent function. There were large platforms on domes, large cross-like structures, holes being dug into crater walls, and he's talking about mining and earth-moving operation. And then he says there were nets over craters, houses in which someone obviously lived, except I couldn't see who.
I think there's even images of that, isn't there? You know, or at least diagrams from Ingo.
Yeah. And there was another show called Celestial, 2012, and that was put out by Jose Escamilla, the guy that talked about rods. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one, but
yeah,
the rods phenomena, that's pretty interesting
too. The rods on the moon and the pictures and all that stuff. Yeah, that's
yeah. I don't know what to think of all that, but it looks like parasites or something flying around. Yeah, some of them are pretty big if they're real. But he's showing some stuff with, you know, talking about square buildings and a tall structure and a glass or some kind of translucent dome.
Yeah, the dome. Yeah,
pyramids. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think
one of the ones first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I
was just gonna say one of the first. One of the first ones I was gonna say. One of the first ones I saw was called "Conspiracy Theory: Did We Land on the Moon?" That was like 2001, where Bill Casing was talking about a lot of stuff there. But anybody's interested in the moon, I mean, those are some interesting shows to check out if you can find them.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll get into the symbolism. I think the symbolism in media, you know, entertainment, movies, TV is way more truthful than you know this type of stuff we're talking tonight. I think it's just so layered with you know, you get these little beacons of truth, and then it's completely messed with all the other stuff. So at least in my opinion.
Yeah. So here's 5 NDEs that and there's more, the 5 that I've copied and pasted that I wanted to read.
Great.
One was from Katie W. She said, then all of a sudden, I was rapidly sucked into what I thought was this full moon. That night, the moon was a sliver. So this was the light that indie ears talk about. I mean, I'm not saying it's the case, but she thought it was, right? So then there's Ron A. He said, quote, I believed this was God, our creator of the universe, highest power, whatever word you feel comfortable with. As I took a look around, I saw a bright light. It was the moon. The sun was reflecting light off the moon's surface. We were in space, equal distance to the moon on the right side, looking from Earth. I do not think this was heaven's final destination. I think it was a greeting area to receive us when we cross over.
Greeting area, yeah. The relay station, yeah.
These are all on enderf.org, by the way. One from Nilda, she said, quote, he said, I'm going to show you some things. Then in the distance, I saw a globe that looked like the moon during an eclipse. He said, that is the Earth. And I saw many points of light in the globe. Then he said, in every point of light, there was someone praying. If all the people on Earth could pray, it would look like that. And the Earth became illuminated as the sun, but so is not, and the globe darkened again. And then someone named Wayne J, not me,
of course,
said, I felt like I was being propelled, since my last name starts with P, but anyway, he said, I felt like I was being propelled by some force towards the heavens and still felt like it was perfectly normal. The next thing I remember was passing near the moon and wondering why it wasn't a flat disk. I could easily see that it was a globe with many craters. This was really strange to me later in life because I had no way of knowing this at 5 years of age in 1957. Next, I started to travel outwards in the solar system at an extreme rate of speed. The next thing I knew, I was sitting up in my bed, soaking wet, calling for my mother. And then the last one is from Jim C. He said, quote, I was like in a huge void with spots of light like stars around. Somehow I felt like I was between the earth and the moon. I felt this overwhelming presence next to me on my right side, like the moon, but it was an intelligence. I felt like I was in space near the moon.
I saw that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not proof or anything, but, you know, it's just other
and I mean,
I
think stars, or at least what we're told are stars, could very well be even portals inside of this.
Stargates.
You know, yeah, stargates, portals, all these things are just teleporters that are within our enclosed system. And I think, you know, when I think about the light, this is a big one for me. I think, you know, you have things so spaced out here. It might not necessarily just be the moon. It could easily be all the stars, all the planets, and the moon, you know, depending on where it lays in during the day and when you pass out. So it kind of covers all its bases where you know, all these portals are sectioned out throughout the realm.
Yeah, it depends on which side of the earth you die on. You know, maybe the sun isn't on that
day,
side, or but the moon might be. You know, or maybe the moon's not on that. Yeah, if they need more than one, they got to cover all bases, right? So the last thing I wanted to talk just a little bit about Saturn. I don't really get too much into Saturn. That's more of a David Icke thing, but
well, cool. I think, well, I mean, the Saturn symbolism with the cube and all that, and you know, Icke is, you know, that's a whole other story in and of itself,
right?
But I find it interesting, the cube symbolism over the human species heads. You know, I mean, you can even talk about the poles too. I mean, that's I think that's just, you know, a computer generated image, but you know, you have the cube symbolism inside.
Well, the black cube, and then you have the certain religious where they actually rotate around the cube.
They're the rings. Yeah.
Right.
And you know, the Monroe documents from the CIA, where they're the Gateway Experience documents, talk about how, or they actually show you point blank a cube, you know, as being your perception base, in my opinion. I mean, that's what I
Mhm.
see. I mean, you see the cube, right over, the human head, and you have also the cube symbolism that is all over the world, all over in the weirdest spots. We can there's well, we can't even talk about some of them because of their locations, because then
Right, right.
we'll get, oh, you're naughty, you're talking too
Right,
much,
right. Well,
so
my
yeah.
friend who had a near-death experience, the one I talked about that met the demiurge, and
Mhm.
he was taken to, or he went to a cube of light, way,
Mm.
way out there, right? And one of the things when he came back and he was stopped around the moon by this demiurge type being,
Mm.
he said he never saw Saturn on the way back.
Hmm.
But so anyway,
Well, I mean, if we think about how um, everything is perception based too, belief based, then it's customized to each individual. So, I mean, that throws a huge wrench into almost
yep.
everything. So that's why each experience is unique. But at the same time, we have these data points through each different experience that kind of pull together, and we can kind of at least gain some traction and knowledge off of it. We'll never have the full picture, but it's there. So, and that's where this stuff is becomes undeniable, because we're just looking at it and saying, okay, well, this person's in one area of the country, this person's in this area of the country, but they're both experience. They both have different belief systems, but they both kind of experience this and that, and and it kind of just conjoins into a data point and a pattern, and along with all the other people, so that's what I find interesting, is
Yeah.
how we
So
can look at it in that way.
so a few of the notes I had made about Saturn, just for the show, I was the connection between Saturn and Saturnalia, which is
Yeah.
a pagan
Mm-hmm.
precursor to Christmas, right? And of
Yeah.
course, Saturn and Satan. I mean, it's almost like an anagram. Well, it's not an
Right
anagram, but
there.
it's just almost like a homophone, right? They sound so similar. And Pan, who's the god of chaos, right? And witchcraft and all that stuff. Pan is one of Saturn's moons.
Yep.
And then there's a NASA photo of the moon of Saturn called Tethys, and it's gaining notice for its resemblance to the Death Star in Star Wars.
Oh, it's
And
so
of course,
ridiculous. I know.
and of course, Saturn is Kronos, the god of
Yeah.
time,
Got a
and he
time.
had
Yeah.
this sickle or the scythe, which is
Mm-hmm.
like a symbol or a weapon. The Grim Reaper kind of comes to greet you at death, and of course, that god was depicted as eating babies and children.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
they lay it all out there for us. Yeah, it's such a
Velikovsky
beautiful
was.
statue, right, Wayne?
Oh, right, right. So Velikovsky is one of the first ones to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
I was
um,
big into him back in the day.
Saturn and
Oh my
Venus. He
lord.
talked a lot
Yeah.
about too, but
Mm-hmm.
he suggested that as a result of disruption, that Saturn went through a short nova-like phase in which its light would have obscured everything visible from Earth. So I don't know what the heck.
Yeah.
And David Talbot has a book called The Saturn Myth, which I don't know if I've read that one or not, but it's based on comparative mythology. And I
Mm.
think he was saying the Earth was once in closer
Yeah,
proximity,
closer.
or
And
even a
that.
satellite of the
Mm-hmm.
planet Saturn,
That
which
ties into the
appeared
whole
like a sun.
Thunderbolts project thing. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
He's just talking
Yeah.
about it being like a sun and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. I like the holographic book he did.
Yeah. And of course, I was talking about Steiner before, and he was talking about the Earth in 7 stages. And according to him, the 7 stages of Earth are Saturn, Sun, Moon, Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. So I don't know. And of course, the hexagon we talked about here. I found this article just the other day on astronomy.com. When I was searching for this, it said, quote, Saturn's hexagon could be an enormous tower. That's the article. And it said it could be hundreds of kilometers high. And the article, I think, was originally published in Discover magazine. So isn't that something?
Yeah,
And of course,
they put it right on the cover, didn't they? If I recall.
I don't know
I think
that one.
so.
Be interesting if it did.
Mm.
But we talked about the Kaaba and the worshippers circling the black cube at Mecca.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if maybe it's just me, but the rings kind of remind me of like a grooves on a record, like it's maybe some kind of broadcasting waves going out,
Yeah. I mean, you have well,
server or something.
I mean, when I believed in the whole space bullshit narrative,
Mhm.
I was into the Rings of Saturn guy. You know, the old
Right.
guy. You remember him? I'm sure you ran
Norman
across him.
Berggren.
Norman Bur.
I was
Oh
going to
my
mention it. Yeah.
god, I was
Supposed to be
totally
UFOs
into
and
that
aliens
one.
associated with
Oh
Saturn, right? According to
man,
him.
you know, he's. I look back at him. He's an agent in place, and I can go down in the depths of hell with him. But he's you know, he came out in old age and said all this stuff and brought all these pictures forward, and I mean,
Mhm.
he was surrounded by agents and stuff. I mean, okay, we'll just leave it at that.
But anyway, but
We'll
as
just-
far as it maybe being broadcast, and I want to say I covered all this. I don't know, but you see the rings and a bunch of corporate logos that have to deal with
Oh,
like
it's
satellite
pervasive.
companies and
Yeah,
broadcasting,
yeah,
especially, right? And
yeah.
well, even like it's not broadcasting, but Nike, their scythe or the swoosh is
Mm,
like a scythe of it's like a ring of Saturn, you know.
mm-hmm.
And then the Lord of the Rings books and movies, I
Lord of the Rings.
think,
Yeah.
they talk about the
So
Lord of the
much.
Rings, right? That would be Saturn, right?
Mm.
And here's one I found. There's a Rolling Stones cover, and they actually have an album called Their Satanic Majesty's Secret Request, which we will talk about. There's several songs on there, which I
Yes.
want to go over the lyrics. But it features on the cover, it's got Saturn right in the background.
Yeah.
And the album's called Their Satanic Majesty's Secret Request.
Yeah, and you know, you can if you have the hard copy, it's like a what do they call it? It's not. I guess it could be considered like a holographic. It's
Is it? Okay.
you move it and
Mm-hmm.
you know, it moves along with it. I don't. It's like
Really?
a three.
Saturn does? Or
No,
what?
no, no. The
Oh,
album, the
okay.
whole
Yeah.
album.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
I
It's
no, no, I have.
yeah.
I've not. I've seen it
Yeah.
just on the
The only
computer.
reason I know this is because my dad left it to me when he passed. So I had his record collection and I went through
I
it
wasn't a
and
big
you
Rolling
can
Stones
yeah,
fan. I had
yeah.
some girls and some stuff on tape that I made
Mm,
I borrowed an album from a friend, Hot Rocks or something, and
yeah.
recorded all the songs I liked. And
Yeah, I was
but
more into the Beatles than the Stones, but I still love the
yeah,
Stones. I actually
sure.
worked for them briefly.
Really,
Yeah.
that's cool. Dang.
Doing merchandise management for them, but that
Huh.
was many years ago.
Yeah. And then so the only other thing I really was going to cover, and I just threw it in at the very end, was some stuff on like the government, because you mentioned mind control, so I thought, well, I better put the word government in there since.
Sure.
Then there's under the United States Code, Title 28, Section 3002. United States means a federal corporation, B, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the, shoot, something or other goes off the page. Hold on a second. Of the United States. And then C, an instrumentality of the United States. So it's interesting that it says United States means a federal corporation.
Inc. Yeah, and
That's the United States Code, Title 28. That's
yeah.
official.
And the IRS is what based in Puerto Rico, isn't it? If I
I don't
recall.
know about that.
Yeah.
And then here's some interesting quotes. The U.S. Senator from Hawaii, Daniel Inouye, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but at the his
Yes.
testimony at the Iran-Contra hearings
Yes.
in 1986, he says, there exists a shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of national interest, free from all checks and balances and free from the law itself.
Mhm.
And then one of the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court, Felix Frankfurter, said the real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise their power from behind the scenes. And Edward Bernays, the father of public relations, from his 1928 book Propaganda, said, quote, those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our taste formed, and our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. The mayor of New York from 1918 to 1925, John F. Hyland, said, quote, the real menace of our republic is the invisible government, which like a giant octopus sprawls its slimy legs over our cities, states, and nation. And here, this is ancient text, Enki in the World Order, these Sumerian tablets. It says, I already mentioned this one about the, like heaven itself, your just matrix. And then even the King James Bible says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world." Yeah, and against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Yeah.
And
That's a classic right there.
Here's a Gnostic text that I didn't mention. It's called the Hypostasis of the Archons, which means the reality of the rulers. So the name of the book is actually Hypostasis of the Archons. And it says, quote, "The rulers laid plans and said, 'Come, let us create a man that will be soil from the earth.'" And I've heard some not so great things from this guy, in my opinion, but Noam Chomsky, for some reason, I have a quote from him. It says, "Corporations were given the rights of immortal persons who had no moral conscience, designed by law to be concerned only for their stockholders." And then the last quote I have is from Jordan Maxwell. Actually, I got a few more after that, but the last one in bold. It says, "If you could get your original birth certificate back, you would find that on the back of the birth certificate are all banks around the world. All over the world, banks have used your birth certificate because you are a stock in a maritime admiralty banking scheme where you make money for banks. So consequently, the corporation and government and people who want to control you, they create a second you, and that second you that they control, that they created, is all in capital letters. Check it out. Anytime you get a bill, lawsuit, fine, ticket, utility bill, driving license, social security card, insurance cards, anything, period, anything having to do with business, your name will always be in capital letters because only all capital letters can be dealt with by banks and government." End quote.
So we're an entity to them.
Yeah. From his book, The New World Order in 1940, H.G. Wells said, quote, "It is the system of nationalist individualism that has to go. We are living in the end of the sovereign states and the great struggle to evoke a westernized world socialism. Contemporary governments may vanish. Countless people will hate the New World Order and will die protesting against it." John F. Kennedy said, "The high office of the president has been used to foment a plot to destroy America's freedom. And before I leave this office, I must inform the citizens of their plight." 10 days later, the president was assassinated.
I don't even, the whole thing. I feel like,
and his father, Joseph Kennedy, said 50 men have run America, and that's a high figure.
Yeah, and the whole Kennedy lineage is very interesting. I can't even talk about the 13
families that Fritz Springmeier.
Yeah, and Fritz Springmeier. There's multiple Fritzes. There's literally at least three that I know of.
Fritz
Maybe even more. Yeah, there's literally duplicates of him out there.
Wow.
Yeah, so in my opinion, there's no doubt he was an agent from the jump, as was John Coleman with his Compendia 300. But
what do you think about William Cooper?
I mean, how do you get on all those radio stations, Wayne? I mean, the way I see it is it's all controlled.
I don't know how many radio stations he got on, but I do know he did like the hour of the time and all that stuff.
Quite a few, but
right.
And he was what, Navy intelligence?
Right. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
But I give him credit for at the end talking about how he he was deceived about the whole alien agenda. I gotta give him props to that. I thought his breakdown of the Luxor in Vegas was incredible. That video is still out there today. You can find that. You got to weave in and out of all this stuff and use your razor tooth discernment at every stop, because there's just so much out there to distract us, which just I don't even know how. I guess the reason I got here overall was because I was never in one place long enough to, I did get sucked in. Don't make no doubt about it. I got sucked into a lot of bullshit, but at the same time, I never felt like I was getting all the answers from all of these agents that I was listening to, not knowing I was listening to agents. But the point is, I was getting a lot of truth, but then, a classic disinformation agent mixes what, 80 90% truth with 10 to 20% of bullshit. And then you have the, really ridiculous shills who mix 50-50, and they're just, completely
Well,
worthless.
you're right.
So,
Discernment is the key. It's
that's
almost
it.
like a game from that aspect. You
Yep.
got to like.
Yeah, it's the only path in my opinion that's to
So,
make it out of the woods.
so a few more quotes and then we're done.
Sure.
Woodrow Wilson from the New Freedom in 1913 said, quote, "Since I entered politics, I have chiefly had men's views confided to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive that they better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." Um, There's a letter written by FDR in 1933 to Colonel House. He said, "The real truth of the matter is, as you and I know, that a financial element in the larger centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson." And Dwight Eisenhower, in his farewell address to the nation on January 17th, 1961, said, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military industrial complex."
Yep.
And the very last quote is from Major General Smedley Butler. He said, "War is a racket. It always has been. It is possibly the oldest, easily the most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one international in scope. It is the only one in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives.
And
A
the
racket
loosh farm is
best-
plentiful.
Yes, exactly. A racket is best described, I believe, as something that is not what it seems to the majority of the people. Only a small inside group knows what it's about. It is conducted for the benefit of the very few at the expense of the very many. Out of war, a few people make huge fortunes." End quote.
Well said. Wow, that is a great clip. As I assume that's the last one, Wayne.
That was the last one.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Yeah,
The only thing else I had was
I
I had a book. I took us off of my old politics page. I removed my religion page, my politics page, my corporate logos, science, because I'm just afraid of cancel culture and whatever. I don't want my other information, which is more rare that people don't have much out there on. I don't want that to be compromised.
Yeah, Wayne, I think I respect that decision completely. Everyone has to make a choice on how they want to proceed with this type of stuff. Personally, I've just come to the point where I don't give a shit.
Well, other people cover this stuff. I
Yeah,
mean, do I
that
need
too.
to go
Yeah,
out and
true.
talk all these quotes about? I mean, I'm only doing it because we wanted to
Absolutely.
cover the world
Yeah.
system and all that. And
Yeah. No, I think that's great, Wayne, because I've said that too on the channel where it's like, this is like ABC truth stuff you can find out there, so if, why put yourself in the line of fire if you don't have to, if that's something
and
that
it's just
could
my
potentially
opinion.
be. Yeah.
I'm not saying this is the truth or that it means anything in particular. That's up to any individual to decide for themselves.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. It's all about just using that discernment and weeding in and out of it. And, we've said it 10,000 times tonight.
But they're quotes. They're verifiable quotes as far as I know. I gave names, I gave dates, and they're just quotes. Take it, do with it what you want. But these are very influential, powerful people that said these things. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's, are you with me, Wayne?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
My screen went out. Hold on.
Okay.
What the hell? Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. It's back.
Okay.
I don't
Great.
know what happened. All right. You want to take a break and then we'll do questions, or how you
sounds
feeling?
good.
Okay. All right.
I'm great. I'm great. Thanks.
All right, my friends. There's no way I'm going to be able to sift through all of the chat and the questions or comments you've left for either Wayne or myself. So if you have any, please put them in there now. So I will go. I will take a look at the chat going forward when we get back from break. So we're going to take 5.5 minute break. And if you want to ask Wayne a question or myself, pop it in there and we will take it from there. So we'll see you soon. Thank you, Wayne. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Thank you. Alrighty. Sure.
Alrighty. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good stretch break. Same with you, Wayne. Hope you had a moment to unwind and relax for a moment after this power session.
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Good, good, good. All right, so everybody, feel free to send in any questions, comments, concerns, complaints, and everything in between. So let's see what we got here. Let's see. Braxis, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Igor, good evening, sir. Scott, welcome. Good to see you, brother. Okay. Let's see what we got. Vince, always good to see you, my friend. Okay, Scott says Eisenhower was a war criminal, quote, hellstorm, end quote. He was part of the murder of German citizens and POWs. Yeah. Eisenhower was a monster, for
So
sure.
if anybody knows, it might be him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I found it interesting with it 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 always amazed me, for as long as he was involved with the system, he waits till the very end to, spring the truth on us, about the military industrial complex.
Maybe they had some guilt they wanted to
Yeah,
clear,
yep, that could easily be it. Yep.
I mean, because you got that cremation of care ceremony, like at
Yes.
Bohemian Grove, where I mean, think about it. They're cremating. They're getting rid of their. They don't want to care about things, right?
Yep. Yep.
They,
And
they don't
and
want a guilty. They don't want a guilty conscience. In other
yep.
words.
Yep. Yep. They want to make sure they put as much out there to clear the air, which, if they buy into the whole karma bullshit, then that explains a lot, you know. I mean, assuming.
I don't think they do. I think
I
they
don't think they
figure
do either.
they know a way to beat the system or
Yeah.
something. Or at least they think they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just agents in place that were sent down from the astral and given a certain narrative, a certain brain, a certain body, a certain situation that they were born into, certain bloodline, you know. At least that's my opinion. Let's see. Okay, Abraxas says Gnostic equals no tick equals no tick. Nose, no tick. Okay.
I would like to say that the suffix tick, it usually does connotate something bad, like lunatic, plasmatic. I mean, there's just a whole slew of them. So that's an interesting observation. But the name was given to them by, I think, the other Christians that they're like know-it-all. They're called, those are know-it-alls, so they called them Gnostics. I don't think they named themselves that, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so I looked up the etymology of Gnostic. In the 1580s, quote, believer in a mystical religious doctrine of spiritual knowledge. From late Latin's Gnosticus, a Gnostic, from late Greek Gnostikos, noun use of adjective, Gnostikos, quote, knowing, able to discern, knowing, able to discern, good at knowing. From nostos, known to be known, and to learn, to come to know, from the pi root know, to know, okay, applied to various early Christian sects that claimed direct personal knowledge beyond the gospel or the church hierarchy. They appeared in the 1st century AD, flourished in the 2nd, and were stamped out by the 6th. Okay, and then we have the adjective Gnostic, relating to knowledge, especially mystical or esoterical knowledge of spiritual things. 1650s from Greek is knowing, good at knowing, able to discern. From gnosis, known, perceived, understood. Early gnosis, learn to know, come to know, perceive, discern, distinguish, observe, form of judgment. From the pi, reduplicated and okay, yeah, so that's all. Okay, all right, so
yeah, so it's in the name. You know,
I mean,
something.
It's kind of obvious.
He knows.
It's
Gnostic. Yeah,
yeah.
Gnosis means knowledge.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, they claim direct experiential knowledge of
I
afterlife or whatever. I mean, I don't know necessarily how. I mean, some people think they took plants and herbs and things, and maybe they had mystical experiences like meditation, things like that. And maybe I think if they went back to like the ancient Greeks, I think I remember reading something where they did ceremonies where they would almost induce near-death experiences, so they might have had a glimpse.
Yeah, do you ever see the
The movie.
Yeah, Flatliners. Yeah,
Flatliners, right? There's two of
Flatliners.
them.
There's two of
Yeah.
them. Yeah, the old one and the new one. Yeah, I thought those are interesting. I'd kind of like to
Yeah.
set myself up to some paddles and
Yeah.
shock myself out of here and be revived and just
Well,
be
yeah, if
able
you
to
had
have an
trained
OB.
medical people there that
Yeah,
could do it,
yeah.
maybe.
I mean, it seems like ABC work these days. Um, yeah, and you know what else I found interesting about Eisenhower is the so-called daughter. I mean, boy, she is a raging shill. Oh my lord. Talk about coming out there and saying all sorts of wacky stuff. But, apparently she is a descendant
Hmm.
of Eisenhower. I don't know. But let's see. Igor says to Scott, maybe over time subliminal messaging gets wiped. For example, oh, I can't say that word. Um, okay, yeah, I can't say that. I'm sorry. This is so ridiculous that we got to self censor, isn't it, Wayne?
That's another
Ugh,
data point that shows
yeah,
how bad this place could be. It's certainly not the
yeah,
best thing you can imagine.
yeah.
There's certainly other worlds that are much better than this.
And there's always been,
Yeah.
one or two groups specifically that we really can't talk about, right?
Well,
Just,
but
put that
yeah, I
out
mean,
there.
anytime your thoughts are censored or your speech is
Mhm.
censored, then that starts getting borderline prison
Truth
material.
shouldn't fear criticism,
That's very true.
but it does. Okay. Um. Uh. You know, Wad Fraley. You're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name sometime, my friend, because I apologize for butchering it, because I know I am. He says, or he or she says, yes, all those figures, truthers, played a role in our awakening, and therefore I thank them. I feel the same way. I for as much as I shit on them, I at the same time acknowledge how they were a huge part of my journey. And, again, if they put out all bullshit, we wouldn't be listening to them. They put out a mix of truth and lies, and they get you to be sucked in and to be on the level of their personality. Like we for instance, you know, there's a truther out there who, has his cat and, he wants to be taken seriously and, well, I have my cat. Well, I got my dog over here, but, he's got his cat and, he makes it like a big thing, a big production, as if, oh, we're supposed to relate with him. But yet he shits on the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap. And yeah, I'm talking to you, not you, Wayne, but
No.
the scumbag out there who's recently decided to dip his toes into somewhere where he doesn't belong. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Braxa says the ticking of time in the matrix separation. Saturn says turn and eats its child. Ren. Children. Children.
It's like a bird that's been chilled. Children.
Yeah, yeah. Saturn says turn and eats its children. Yeah, like chilled.
CHILLEDWREN.
Yeah, like a chilled. Let's see. Yeah, I can't talk about that. Okay. Jay Johnson, hope you're doing well tonight. Good to see you. Jay Johnson says, can't expect too much from baby truthers. They are still, babies. But sperm rotters are those who lie due to jealousy in such carnal ways. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just the whole way things are laid out. It makes it very difficult not to fall into the trap and be sucked into the system, especially with how the system lays out. I mean, they're smart ass dumbos who really know how to run the show, and they have it all set up. So
That's why I put a lot of emphasis on the near-death experiencers, because I mean most of them aren't
yes,
CIA or military
yeah,
intelligence.
me
Or, I mean,
too,
they
Wayne.
don't seem to have an agenda. Now they
No,
may not. They may be fooled, or maybe they're not reaching the ultimate truth. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. I don't know. But I do kind of believe what they're saying
no, no,
is from
Wayne.
their own
I'm
experience,
totally with you, my
perception.
friend, because it's we listen to them. I mean, how many times have you listened to a near death experience and looked in the comment section and seen all these random people talking about how they had an ND? You go and check their channel. There's nothing there. Nothing. I mean, most of these people aren't selling books. They're not selling DVDs or access to their internet site for, $100 a year or whatever. They're all there and just leaving their story. Most of them have nothing to gain for sharing their story, and there's just so many of them that it's obvious that we're dealing with a truth on a level that can be trusted. Yes, were they deceived? Absolutely, they were deceived. But um,
Yeah, I
I
just think it's
trust
a
them. Yeah, I trust the
another
majority.
level. It's another layer. I just think it's like a dream within a dream within a
Yeah,
dream within a dream, and it goes all the way up. There's
yeah,
so many layers and levels,
yeah. I like
dimensions to it
that.
all.
I like that
And
one.
maybe it's not the ultimate truth, but I think it's a subjective experience. Every near death experience is unique and different. And they like to say that, well, you're given the information you need to hear,
Mm-hmm.
but or from a skeptical side, you could say, well, the archons read you, and that they knew that's your weakness, or that's what you want to hear. You know what I'm saying? It's like, who knows what the truth is? But
Mm-hmm.
I do think they're pretty trustworthy, their accounts, for the most part.
Yeah, no, the bulk of them they resonate with me, and and again they create these data points and patterns that cannot be denied, and start to show some form of truth. I mean, they're not all bullshitting. It shows the mechanism. That's what I like about it. It really shows how all of this is some sophisticated um, group of mechanisms that tweaks itself a little bit based on the individual's experience. But,
Right.
when you combine them all together and you start grouping them, you see the truth, at
And
least
it's
from what
viewed
we,
through the lens of their experiences. It's like a
yeah,
filter. And now one
yeah,
person could see a bright light or a being and say, well, I met God.
yeah,
Another person may come back and say, well, it was my higher self, or I
yeah.
saw a being of light. I mean,
Or
they don't label it the
Jesus or
same way. Right.
Muhammad, or yeah, I mean they'll say anything. It's all about what their perception is prior to the
Yeah.
experience and how it plays out.
There have been a few people that asked who this being was, and there was a couple times where it said, "I'm the God of the Bible," or the
Yes.
answer, "I am," which is interesting.
Yeah. I think it's I think those experiences are more geared towards the I guess we could
Religious.
kind the religious, but even the stragglers, Wayne, because um there's near death experiences I've run across, quite a few of them actually, where they are not necessarily religious but grew up in a certain religious ideology,
Yeah.
and so they may go, they may say, oh, like I was in this religion for 20 years, and finally I said, okay, I cut the cord. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't have any answers. Excuse me. And then they live another 30 years. They have a near death experience at 50, so there's a 30-year gap. This is just an example, obviously. And then they have an experience that is geared towards the early period of their life, where, let's just say it was involved with Jesus. and they will perceive something to be Jesus or God, the New Testament. Well, the New Testament God. and and so that experience will be rolled out for them because subconsciously they still have something brewing inside of them that carries over throughout that gap period of their life because it's been ingrained to them in the early period of their life. And so the system plays it out for them as a way to probably suck them in and keep them going. Yeah, so that's just kind of my opinion how it's all kind of laid out because you have people say that they're atheists, but were a Christian for the first 15, 20 years of their lives, turn 50, 60, have a near death experience, and then all of a sudden they're faced with something. So something subconsciously was telling them throughout that gap period of their life that they connected with it. I mean, what do you think of that? And
No,
so
I
the
think
Matrix
it's
provides the
yeah.
experience. Sorry.
It's
Yeah.
it's quite possible. One thing I was remiss to mention, I think is pretty important, at least from what I was thinking, was that in this system, obviously it's a very competitive world we're in, right? And so but we're told from an early age, you're like Hollywood, like they'll present like maybe to women in the Disney idea of Prince Charming, what he's supposed to look like, how tall he is, how rich he is, and all that stuff. And from a male perspective, Playboy magazine, oh, she's got to be gorgeous and have no pimple, all that stuff. And so you kind of go through life with these unrealistic expectations, and so that sets you up for disappointment, right? And so that's all part of the loose feeding, right? And so, like, how many people really get their dream job? There's only a handful of great jobs out there. Like, if you want to be a sports or a great singer, I mean, do you realize how few people ever make it as to that level? And you probably, maybe had to cut some deals with the demiurge to get it, that kind of thing. So I think all that competition and unrealistic expectations just sets you up for disappointment,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
feeds
Oh,
them,
it's disappointment,
I
control,
totally forgot to mention that.
sacrifice. Especially if you're at a high level, then you're dealing with all sorts of wacky stuff that you kind of agreed to ignorantly. That's a whole nother topic in and of itself.
And in sports, if you have like a
Yes.
team that you root for,
Yeah.
there's only one team that's going to win in the end. You got like what, 30 teams or something, 32 teams. Only one fan base is going to be happy at the end. Everybody else goes out losers, right? It's
Yep.
just the way I think the system is rigged and set up for, I don't want to use the word failure. And hey,
It is.
maybe
It is,
maybe
Wayne.
this is just the lament of losers, and I'm just
No, no,
sourpuss,
no,
and maybe I
Wayne.
need to get better
No,
at life. But I don't
no.
think there's too many people out there that are suffering. There's only a
I
handful of quote unquote winners, right?
Yeah, and I mean even the people who do have, all the riches, all, the private planes, the multiple houses, all the multiple cars, all that stuff, they still have a body. They still suffer. They still deal with whether it's mental or physical abuse or a combination of both through periods of life. Now, what is their life script? A cakewalk compared to their previous life scripts? Probably, yeah, sure. But then, the bulk of humanity comes here with a life script that's, kind of sucks. You know, I mean that's just my opinion, but that's just the way the nature of this place works. Again, in my opinion, Wayne. So,
I agree.
yeah. Okay. So,
It's like long periods of tedium and boredom
eh,
with interspersed with short little periods of brief fleeting moments of happiness and joy. But a lot of that comes down to your mindset and what you focus on. As you get older in life, you learn to appreciate the little things and not to, you know what I mean? It's kind of more of a Buddhist. You got to let all that bad stuff
yeah.
go and just focus on what's truly important in life.
Yeah, and I spent time in Buddhism for quite a while, and I gained a lot from it. It was a huge, huge part of my journey. And I am thankful for having that moment in my life. I almost became a Zen Buddhist monk. I don't know if I ever told you that, Wayne, but
I think you mentioned it one time. Yeah.
yeah, I was on that path, and then like just something inside me said, no, I'm not, like something's missing here. And it had a lot to do with the whole karmic aspect of things, but also just the guru factor. That alone didn't sit well with me, but at that period of my life it was an extremely beneficial thing. And it helped. So we go through these phases in life where um, we learn, we experience, and then we move on. I think if you're not always moving on and continually questioning things your entire life, then you're going to get lost. I mean, the Matrix is going to have all these different things set up and ready and waiting to suck you in and keep you under its grips. But as long as you're questioning, your heart, your mind, your soul, your spirit seeks truth and answers, you will get them. It might be a rocky road. It will be a rocky road. Let me just say that. It will be a rocky road the entire time you're going through it, but in the end, you'll get to a point like this where you see the bullshit for what it is, because everything they do is based on deceptions, illusions, and manipulation, and that's all they got. That's all they have in their bag of tricks. They don't have. They're weak little pieces of shit. And excuse my language, Wayne, but I just this is the type of thing that I get fired up on. They're weak. They're pathetic, and
Well, it's another good point. A
yeah,
lot of magicians use mirrors and light and stuff as part of their trick.
yeah.
It's
All
almost
right.
smoke and mirrors, right?
Yeah, smoke and mirrors, brother. Smoke and mirrors. All right, I gotta scroll back up here. I don't know what happened here. Let's see. Ken from the 51 Project. Always good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Ken says they gave Eisenhower his own Scottish castle as a thank you. You can go visit. I didn't know that. I learned something new today. Did you know that, Wayne?
Didn't realize there could be so many comments about one little offhanded quote I threw in
Hey,
at the last second.
well, dude, that was a big quote for me on my journey. I mean, it's you're saying, oh,
I added
like,
all those quotes at the last second. I just kind of while we were
yeah.
waiting.
I mean, it's like rah rah. He's exposing the military-industrial complex. It's you sit
Right.
there and you listen and you're like, yes, yes, something real, something truth. But that's funny that you gave him a castle. He said.
Oh, people like Sir
Scottish
Elton John and Sir Mick Jagger. A lot of these musicians, they get knighted by the Queen.
Yeah, any of them who are knighted are
Maybe
props within the
maybe
system.
for doing their Satanic Majesty's request. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just a joke.
Yeah, Tavistock assets,
Just
at
kidding.
least over there. Let's see. Send in your questions for Wayne. Any questions, comments, concerns? Send them on in. Or myself. Let's see. Braxis says, quote, they tell you what they are doing before they do it, so as to stay in law. What do you think of Wayne, about why
It's like
they
the
tell
Van Halen album, Fair Warning. It's like they give you a fair warning.
Yeah,
I can read it in a lot of the album names and song names and stuff. You read between the lines. A lot of them, they do heavy drugs and alcohol, so they're like possessed somewhat by spirits and stuff. So
absolutely,
some of
and they
them.
admit
Look
it.
at some of the writings of Jim Morrison, like his poems and stuff. I mean, he's literally telling you a lot of truth in there.
Oh,
What's going on
Morrison
behind the
told a
scenes?
ton of truth. Yeah, and I mean, and the whole thing with we could go down the whole Laurel Canyon Road, and how his father was the engineer of the Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, we can I mean, that's. I think Morrison was, probably MK. He had to have been MK or some sort of agent in place, and they quote unquote, he died. Even I don't believe anything with that story, especially with the whole thing in Paris. It's all bullshit. It makes no sense. It's right up there with the whole McCartney. Actually, it's even worse. I think what they did with Jim Morrison is just it's a joke in comparison to the McCartney switch.
We can save it for the music episode because I'm going to bring up Jim for sure.
Yeah, go on a tangent about that one. Okay, let's see. Just scrolling through the chat here, guys. Just bear with me.
Yeah, I mean, he had songs like the Lizard. He called himself the Lizard King, and was it Celebration of the Lizard? And he did poetry. We talked about was it the Lord and the New Creatures, and he talked about how they like cinema. He went through a lot. He's actually got this one invocation where he's talking about "Thank you, Lord, for the blinding white light" or something like that. It's just really interesting. I'm only just saying this all because you're reading through. Go ahead and read through.
No. That's great, Wayne. I appreciate
songs like "Waiting for the Sun" and just really interesting stuff.
Absolutely.
I mean, I hate to say, but I did like him. He was charismatic. I liked most of the music.
Dude, I still like a lot of the Matrix music that I used to listen to back in the day. I still love. And what I find really hilarious is that a lot of the music that I resonated with, especially like when I was a teenager in high school, is music that I look back at today and see ridiculous amounts of truth in it. So, I mean, you can't help but say to yourself, well, I was into all that music back then, and now I'm looking at it, 15, 20, 30 years, well, 15, 20 years later, and saying to myself, well, wow, there's a lot of truth. So there's a reason why we and millions of other people resonate with that type of music, because it's truth at the core. It doesn't matter whether you're awake or not.
Some of the biggest rock and roll songs of all time talk about the lie. I mean, "Stairway to Heaven" and "Hotel California." I mean, and even this doesn't talk about it, but just the song "Free Bird." I mean, that's about freedom. It's about
flying away.
All that stuff is
getting the hell out. Vince asks, are we Gnostics in a way?
In a way, yeah. I'm looking for truth. I believe in a lot of the things they talked about, with the Earth being, like a prison for the spirit, and maybe a holographic copy. To be quite honest, I'm not quite sure where I stand on the Jesus. They said that Jesus was basically, I don't think he came here from their perspective, for our sins, save us from sin and all that. But I think from their perspective, he came here to show us the way out and the truth. And from that perspective, I mean, I think he did say a lot of good things, but maybe a lot of it was distorted or not spoken about. Where the Gnostic text, the Pistis Sophia, has all kinds of quotes from Jesus in there. A lot of them are very good.
Yeah, and I think basically, for me personally, I have found the most resonance in my Matrix days with Buddhism, Hinduism, and Gnosticism. Those were the three that really helped me progress the most. But I was dipping in and out of them constantly, lost. I mean, I was lost beyond belief. But, I kept going back to them saying, well, something feels right here. But then I'm like, a lot of it doesn't too.
Part of what feels right to me is because in the case of the Gnostics and in the case of Tibetan Buddhism, the rulers or the authorities, the people with all the power in the world, they exterminated them, and they destroyed the books, and so they had to like bury these books. Uh, Padmasambhava with the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I mean, you had to, it was your life. They were after your life, and they wanted to destroy what you were saying. So if the powers that be didn't want that message out, then I'm kind of drawn to it a little bit. It's like, what was it they were saying that was so
well, why are we
heretical?
so worried about it? Just give me 1 minute, Wayne, because
Okay,
I
sure.
want to bring up a book that I think you and the audience should read. 1 moment.
Okay, sure. Am I still on live? I should talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't be long.
Yeah, so like there's a book called the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying, I think it's called. That's a really good book. Yeah. But the Tibetan Book of the Dead is another one. And then as far as Gnosticism goes, go to the website if you're interested in this. That is gnosis.org, and they've got a lot of the Gnostic writings out there. And one of the ones I particularly recommend is the Pistis Sophia, which tells the story of the demiurge. There's a couple different variations out there, but that one's one of the very good ones that tells the whole story of Sophia and the demiurge, and a lot of the archons and how all that came to be.
Keep talking, Wayne.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just I hope y'all will listen to some of the future episodes we do. I'm really excited about the one on the music and lyrics. I've gone through and found a lot of new material, and I don't know, something that I really enjoy. I love music, and like he was saying, I kind of grew up on classic rock, and a lot of it resonated with me. Like, it wasn't just that I like the guitars or the music or the singing. I mean, when Styx comes out with an album called The Grand Illusion, and they're talking about how it's all a grand illusion. I mean, that really resonated with me when I heard it. It's like, yeah, it's an illusion. And so I've even liked some of the Led Zeppelin, like Stairway to Heaven, because it was talking about heaven and hell and the Piper, and I didn't know what it meant at the time. Same with Hotel California. It's talking about a lady. Well, the Stairway to Heaven talks about a lady who shines white light and wants to show her everything still turns to gold. And then the Hotel California is very similar, where she stood in the doorway and, he saw a shimmering light and she stood in the doorway and he said, this could be heaven or this could be hell. And then they're like talking about, you can check out, but you can never leave. And they're stabbing at the beast with their stealing eyes. And I mean, those are good songs. I mean, the singing's great. The music's great. And as is testimony to its popularity, I'm sure if you go on YouTube and check out how many millions of views there's probably quite a few. But I don't think today's music kind of stacks up to some of the older ones from the 70s. Maybe I'm biased, but I hear that a lot from younger people too.
Okay. All right. I don't know where the hell I put the book.
What book was it?
I will get the. It's basically hidden text from the Tibetan Book of the Dead that didn't come out with the main publication, and it's basically all on. It's all on. It's okay. Hold on. I will find this.
There was a lady, I think her name was Francesca Fermantley or something like that. I don't know how to say it, but she was she wrote one of the versions, translated one of the versions of the Tibetan Book of the Dead with this other man. And on this one video thing she did, they mentioned about the white light and whether it's the same. And I think she basically said, no, it's not the white light.
Yeah. I've seen that too. I know what you're talking about, but I don't recall the name. It's got liberation. You know what?
I think I know the book you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's not. I've got it right here.
Let me see what you got. Hold on. Let me.
I can find it. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Anyways, these are the texts that are hidden from us, and they paint a story
Self-liberation through
Yes. Yep.
seeing with naked awareness. Yeah.
Boom.
It's a
There
little
you
beat up,
go.
but I've
That's
got the
it,
book.
bro. That's
Yeah, it's
it.
great.
That's
It's all
it.
Padmasambhava. He was the dude that
Yes.
supposedly wrote the Tibetan Book of the
Yes.
Dead, and he buried the text. I can't remember which century, but
Yes. And
fifth or
it's
sixth or
not
something.
even in the book.
Because he said the people weren't ready for it at the time,
Yeah.
and he knew he would have been persecuted and killed.
Exactly. Yeah. That is
Yeah,
a book.
that's a great
Get
book.
that book. Get that. And you can
I've got
find
some
it. Yep. Go ahead, Wayne.
I've got some quotes. I got some quotes from it on my website.
Yeah, great, great. I'd love to even, we can talk about that in another show. Even,
Yeah, if
I'll
we do
grab
the
my
religion
copy.
show, I'm gonna go into the Gnosticism and the Tibetan stuff
Great,
deeper, and I'll
great.
mention what I think are some flaws with some of
Yeah.
the
Oh,
other
yeah.
major
There's
religions.
flaws. I mean, the
I just don't
whole.
want to tread
Mhm.
on toes. Some people get offended very easily, and it's not.
No, Wayne. Let's not worry about hurting people's little
And I'm going to
feelings.
point out flaws in Buddhism and Gnosticism too. So
Yep.
it's all across the board, and that's everybody's got to come up with their own truth or their own inner truth, and it's
Yep.
in the heart.
Yeah. I think as long as everything is based in a sovereign and liberated perspective, then you're protecting yourself. I mean, that's at least my opinion. I think anything outside of that is setting yourself up for, um, on the unknown. I would rather be setting up myself from a sovereign and liberated perspective than going down the road and relying on something outside of me to help me. I think if everything is within, then you'll be okay. And you can always make your decision as time goes along. Or, there's no time, obviously, when you cross over, but there is you taking control of your own destiny and not allowing yourself to be prone to outside influence. I think as long as that is your perspective, then it's cool. I don't know. I mean I'm very set in that way.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the Tibetan stuff is they talk about the clear light.
Mm-hmm.
And in some translations they talk about the smoky white light of
Oh, the
hell. I don't think that one's
smoky,
probably
the sun, the
um,
yellow light, the white light. I mean, they talk about all the lights,
yeah.
it's all the bullshit. Yeah,
But the clear they talk about the clear light and that it's it's awareness, it's your
yeah,
true nature,
true.
and it's not like clear as in it's like this clear sky. It's like it's not necessarily a color. It's
Yeah,
definitely not
I
white.
see that as a representation, at least for me personally, I see it as a representation of just pure awareness where you're not going to be prone to something that can mess with you. I mean, it's a euphemism, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think how to.
But the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and I also think the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying is a very good one too.
Yep.
And in it, it says that you need to kind of meditate and get to where you can recognize that clear light while you're in this life, because you may not just all of a sudden recognize it at death. They say that you recognize the clear light and you recognize it as your own true nature. And I don't know about merging with it, but you just need to. In other words, they got all these series of different choices of lights, and if you follow them, there's
Mm.
bad entities there that some cases.
Yeah, yeah. It's
But there are all these different bardos or stages
Oh,
that
the
you can go
Bardos. I
through,
just, I
and
look at that stuff, Wayne, and I'm like, okay, that's a trap. Oh, you
yeah,
you got to go through this and that,
yeah.
and blah 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 blah.
And
All
then
this
and then
bullshit.
find a couple making love, and that's the one you want
Oh
to
yeah,
be
yeah,
born
yeah, yeah,
into.
yeah, yeah. Go
And
go down there. Yeah, just follow us. You'll be fine. Have your family chant by you and all that stuff. And say all
there,
these things over and over and over and over and over again until basically, you've lost your mind on your deathbed. And then, oh yeah, you'll be fine. Just cross that over. No big deal.
but there are these pure realms, these pure abodes that they talk about where you can go to if you so want to. I don't know if
Yeah, the
I'm so
way I
inclined to
see
do
it,
that, but
Wayne. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
no, that's all I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
no, the way I see that is, there may be pure realms. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's many of them out there. But the way I see it, to protect our own ass, is to make sure that we are the deciders and the drivers of our own reality until we, regain our composure and our true spirit essence so that we don't fall victim to someone else's reality. Now, where we go after that, and once we've chilled and given ourselves some time to recompose ourselves, that's a whole nother situation in of itself. But I think
I think
everything
some
has
of
to
our
be.
memories may start spontaneously coming back to us if we, as the
Yes,
longer we
yes,
wait. And your frequency will probably, it's like a
Yep.
buoy in water. It's like, you're rising slowly back to your natural state. At least I'm hoping that's the case.
No, I completely agree, Wayne. I
And if you
think
set
that's
the
exactly what
intention that you want to
happens.
remember your
Yep.
everything, then maybe that will happen. I mean,
Yep.
I truly believe it.
Well, I mean, the intention is our creator being essence within us to make sure that we're not going to be messed with and go forward. So
Because they say all that stuff is illusion and it's projections from your imagination, from your consciousness, from your awareness, and it's all just I don't know what else, fabrications, illusions.
bullshit, Wayne.
Right, drama.
Yeah, drama. Yep. Attachments, all sorts of fun stuff. Okay.
If you're still into that, go for it. I don't want to go down this road anymore.
I think people got to be out of their mind. I don't think anyone listening today is in that classification, but if they are, good luck. But what I say to people all the time is like, you don't need to believe in anything that I'm saying. You don't have to believe in anything. First off, do your own research. But second off, you don't have to believe anything that I say, because all you should do is just be like, I don't need to rush into anything. That's all. I mean,
my
don't
biggest
rush
problem
into anything.
with my biggest problem with Buddhism is when they start talking about being a bodhisattva and you need to come back and until every last person's saved and
people are
and all that.
Oh,
so I have problems with that.
Blah.
And then with the Gnostics, I mean, we were talking about how they blame it on Sophia, it was her desire and all this stuff. Well, to me, the bottom line the buck stops with the big guy. I mean, whoever the very top person is, it's like if you're into sports or something like that, it comes back, the whole responsibility is on the head coach. You can't be blaming the players. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
the formation lines are all out of whack.
So I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I mean,
no, you're not wrong.
There are multiple spirits, then maybe she got out of line. And they say that she didn't consult her consort, which is the ineffable Father, the invisible true God or whatever. But why there must have been a flaw there. Why would she be desiring something else if it wasn't? It shows that there's something that wasn't satisfying to her. Is that her fault?
It shows. Well, it shows the spell. Shows that she's under the spell too.
Right. On the topic of words, you got Godspell. You ever heard that movie Godspell? And then just the word gospel. He's like, the gospel is to go out and tell people about the truth or whatever. And it's the word go spell. And it used to be spelled with 2 L's, I think.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I could go on all day about language and
that's that. I almost lost my mind when I went down that road, because you realize how messed up language is. And
just the word God. The word God is also a meaning. It's a word Gaud. It's God, and it literally means deceit or fraud or a trick.
Yeah.
Word God.
And you know what else I found interesting is the God reversed his dog, which
right.
dogs
and
are
live and evil. Right. Yeah.
That's just.
It's just right. Well, I think the pun there is like we're his pets.
Yep. I like that.
You ever heard that song? We'd make good pets. It's like an alternative modern song. That? Porno for Pyros.
Oh, okay. I know
like
the band,
from the 90s or something like that. It's actually Pretty good song. Kind of sounded like the Police with a little bit of edge to it.
I know the
But
band.
it's like We'd Make Good Pets was. Yeah.
I'll have to look it up. I know the band, but I may not know the song. I'm aware of who they are. Let's. All right, let me see what we got here. PKOSB says, no liars for me either. PKOSB, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Send in those questions, my friends. We keep getting porno advertisements, Wayne.
I mean, it's probably because I said the word. No. That's not going to help it any.
Jay Johnson says Gnosticism was the original conspiracy theorist. Term was weaponized. Actually, I kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. It went against the mainstream opinion.
Okay, let's see.
Because I don't know, one of the things I'll mention in the religious stuff is that like it seems like all the major religions were started by princes. Because I was studying this myself, and so I went to. I know Wikipedia is not the greatest source in the world, but I just wanted to get an overview, and so I went and looked up Buddha, and I'm reading he's a prince.
He's a prince, with a cat.
I'm reading about Krishna. He was a prince. I'm like, that's interesting. And Moses, they called him the Prince of Egypt, the whole Disney movie, and then Jesus was in the line of King David, and they called him, So it's just like, well, wait a minute, every main savior, for whatever lack of term, prophet you want to call from these different religions, they all just happen to be princes of like royal families. And Napoleon said, I'm going to forget his quote. Religion is man, can't remember. That's a good quote.
Oh, his quote. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I had it on my religion page, which I took down. So if you want to
well, we have the Wayback Machine, Wayne. What year did you take that down?
I've got it on my computer still.
Yeah, but what year did you take it down? Because we could always use the Wayback Machine.
Oh, I took it down this year.
Oh, okay. So then, if you're listening and you want to check it out, then just hit the Wayback Machine to sometime end of last year.
I've got the quote right here. It's Napoleon said. Apparently, he said, "Religion is what keeps the poor man from murdering the rich."
Well,
Napoleon was a emperor, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Napoleon was.
I forgot that quote. I'm just not into this as much as I used to be.
I don't know, I understand, man. You've been through the trenches already. You're just kind of at that point where you're just doing your thing, right?
While we're here, the Oxford Dictionary, GAUD is, quote, a trick, prank, often a device to deceive, a piece of trickery, a pretense, also a game, sport, or pastime. And if you think of the word gaudy, like it's a gaudy trinket, usually it's a cheap display and it's flashy, it's gaudy. So it's even kind of got the light connotation a little bit with it. Like a shiny false trinket,
All right, let's see. Who's got questions for Wayne? The chat was moving so fast. Hold on. It keeps rewinding. I don't know why it's doing that. Ann Pearson says, wouldn't the soul trap and those hiding it be held accountable via a prime creator? I consider it going against our free will and use of deception considered crimes against humanity. I agree with that.
She's talking about the Archons, the actual ones that set up the trap?
I mean, you could say the prime creator. She's saying, wouldn't the soul trap and those hiding it be held accountable through the prime creator, Wayne? I mean, but I think...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not the prime creator. That's not for me to decide,
Yeah, and the way I've always kind of looked at it personally, I mean, I'm not saying this is at all the way it is, because I have no clue. All I think is the creator just creates. It's not, some,
My
judgment
feeling is
zone.
there are no accidents or coincidences in that. It's
Hmm.
probably because the creator wants the drama or the movie, the divine play, the cosmic drama to unfold, or
Or just
one
a,
near-death experiencer just said that God needed to, maybe I don't know if it's curiosity or loneliness, whatever it is, but maybe it wanted to understand or know all possible permutations, and so
mm,
he wasn't able, or he, I don't want to say he because it's not a he,
it.
um
Yeah.
it, I don't like it either, but the I'm going to call it the monad.
Yeah,
The
sure.
monad split up, because this near death experiencer was basically saying that it wasn't able to bring itself down this low, and so it needed, I think it's, I don't understand it and I don't agree with it, but that's what she was saying.
Mm,
We're kind of
yeah.
like the doing the dirty work, so to speak, I don't
Mm,
know. It's like
and
when you go back near death experience and there's all these reviews, life reviews, they're absorbing that information, right? All your experience in your life and stuff is just knowledge for them to do with what they may, to either feed off of emotionally, or to
mm,
just understand more, know more. And
yeah, I think
aliens do that too, is what I was going to say.
yeah,
They'll do the mind scans and all that stuff,
yeah, all
and
that stuff.
reading
Yeah.
your emotions and all that.
And being able to customize the experience based
Yeah.
on that. Yeah.
It's almost like they want to elicit, I don't know if that's the right word, emotion out of you.
Mm.
You evoke it, emote it. They want you to emote so that they can, I don't know, I'm thinking they're going to feed off of it,
Well,
right?
yeah, they get the objective that they want, regardless of whatever the hell it is in that moment. It's I think all about getting whatever they want, whether it's for them or the hierarchy that they speak for, which, in my opinion, is some holographic um, uh, dimensional entities.
Yeah, that's the other thing about holding them accountable. Back to the question that was
Mhm.
asked, is that I think the demiurge, from, if the Gnostics are correct, it was without spirit. So it may be either half eye or complete AI. These may be a bunch of programs, and they may not. I mean, how are you going to hold accountable a program that was
Yeah.
programmed to do what the designer wanted it to do?
Yeah.
Whether it's just to understand more of what's possible, or to carry out this divine drama or cosmic play. I mean, you're not going to
Mm.
hold it accountable if that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
Uh,
think there's reason to, I mean, if the demiurge found himself alone and thought he was God, I mean, that's probably a reasonable mistake that it made. I mean, it's just was created out of maybe the desire of Sophia, and then I think
mm.
her desire to go up to a different station was probably not that bad. I mean, who are we to judge? I think the bottom line stops with the top being. That's just my own personal opinion.
Yeah.
I might get smited for saying that,
No,
but
no. I think look, it's it.
and
We.
and
Mhm.
and the thing is, we probably are collectively that being. So I'm talking
Yes.
about myself. I'm not just casting blame on somebody else.
Yeah, Wayne. I think eh, we're all pieces of something, but I've talked about it on the channel. I did a whole video on it if anyone wants to watch it. It's called something like the um God narrative and the creator quagmire or something like that. And I just basically talked about how um we have this conception. First off, you have the new age conception that talks about how you should be reuniting or merging with source. Okay, let's just get that bullshit out of the way. But then you have the one true creator. Okay, so if you have the one true creator, and the one true creator creates us or beings, okay, who is to say that we are necessarily off limits from creating ourselves beings into this world? Okay, so if the true creator starts at some point and starts to manifest and create other beings. And it goes on and on and on and on and on.
Reminds me of that movie Multiplicity. I don't know if you
Yeah,
ever saw that. It's
oh my
funny as
God,
heck.
that's such a horrible movie.
I know, but it's like the clones keep,
Yeah.
they don't want to work, and so they create their own clones, and pretty soon there goes a whole bunch of them. Yeah.
Yes. So basically, my point is that, you know, if the is, I guess we've been so messed up by the whole thought of God and Creator that we are thinking. Well, most of us. I'm not saying us specifically, but most people out there think that God or the creator is the only creator of, let's just say, spirit beings like us, okay? I put forth in that video that we don't even know that. We think there's this one true God and this and that. But who is to say that we as creator beings, we know we are creators. We're able to manipulate and do our thing. So who is to say that just because there's one source creator doesn't mean that you and I can necessarily create other beings in our existence? Obviously not on Earth, but outside when we leave here. So
Egregores, right?
yeah,
Basically.
so it leaves the question up for debate that um, even though it must all lead back to one something, it's like a spread path, like a spider web of other mini creators like us who may have the ability to create. So who is to say that, of all these abilities that we have, so is there one specific rule out there that says we are not capable of creator?
In our arrogance, we're talking bad about the demiurge and what a terrible creator and what he messed up doing. But how do we know if we wanted to create our own that we don't mess up? And it's maybe you need some practice at that. You have to undo some mess ups and
no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say we could get greedy and that could cause the fall of the whole thing too.
Yeah, and we also contribute towards the continued creation and propping up of this reality and the astral realms attached to it. So we have involvement with this creation, whether we want to admit it or not. I mean, that's just that seems very, very obvious, and to me at least. I don't know about you.
No, I agree. We do.
Yeah.
I just don't know to what extent. And
yeah, I know.
Whether
Neither do I. Yeah.
Pushed down here as a joke or a trick, or whether we volunteered stupidly to come down and save all these lost. I don't know. Is this a game or is it a play? Is it for real? Is there legit war going on?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean that question is really up all for debate. T, welcome. I hope you're doing well tonight. It's good to see you. T is a member of the Last Timers Club, as is Miss Ellie, who just joined. Welcome both. Ann Pearson, always good to see you. Ann Pearson says, wouldn't this soul trap and those hiding it be held accountable? Oh, I'm sorry. I already read that.
Same question. I'm going to answer that the same way. No.
Yes. Okay. Ann Pearson says, I have been seeking answers for several decades. It's been a hellish journey of much pain, suffering, and losses. I hear you. I hear you there, Ann. How about you, Wayne? Like again, Ann says, I have been seeking answers for several decades. It's been a hellish journey of much pain, suffering, and losses. I think that's kind of all part of the human experience and the truth-seeking spiritual experience within us. Anything you want to add to that? Or
it was quite a blow when I was a Christian for 10 years. And then at some point, there were too many questions that came up for me to continue on down that path. And I can maybe bring those up if I remember you asked me in the next episode. But yeah, that was painful. I mean, to walk away from that. And then you're going down a path that you don't know where it's going. And right now I'm so far down that path that it's like to find friends or a mate or anybody who would even reasonably understand what I'm talking about, because it's such a learning curve, right? That you're just leaving the rest of it in the dust, kind of. It's, you know.
It's true.
Yeah, it's painful.
Yeah.
Because I still don't know, quote unquote truth, if there is one, right? Or what technically to do at death. I mean, there's different options out there, but I mean, I've got my own plan, but I mean, there's still in the back of my mind, like Morpheus said, there's this splinter in your mind that kind of makes you wonder if there's just not some machine out there that's going to sort you back and there's nothing you can do about it, kind of thing. It may be something so powerful and big that we're just like ants trying to understand calculus, you know.
The way I see that type of outlook, Wayne, is that I won't even entertain that. I won't even allow that to look. I understand the analytical approach to all that, but the way I see it is, if you're rooted in sovereignty, rooted in your inner knowing, to, you know, your shield, your protection, all that stuff, to continue forward and not allow some outside program influence, nothing to influence you, then that's, in my opinion, the best approach to come at this. Because outside of that, I don't even allow doubt to enter within me in any way, shape, or form, because I don't even want to broadcast that type of, you know, even if it's 1%, 2%, I don't even want to put it out there. I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm protecting myself as much as possible, because you really do see the consent factor in a lot of this. You can see how it needs consent, continuing consent. You know, not necessarily when we're in this body, although, you know, exiting is possible for everyone at any time. You know, I'm not condoning any of that. I'm just saying
I'm not either.
Yeah, at all. I'm not condoning. I'm just saying that the reason I bring it up is that it's there to leave the consent door open. That's all I'm saying.
While the topic is up there, I firmly believe that we need to stay here because we're gathering information on our best exit strategy, our best, and so I'm learning stuff every year. I mean, from people that send me emails and whatnot, and so why would you want to bring it before you're ready? I mean, you want to be as
prepared as
most prepared as possible.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
You want to fine tune your plan as time goes along, and that's the whole reason I haven't even put out my video on how to escape the Matrix reincarnation soul trap. Because, I mean, even though I said it's, you know, you liberate yourself, everything is rooted in sovereignty, but even then, like, I learn things every single day, and I look at all of this as a path to kind of fine tune my skills. I am going to go out with a natural death, and that's the way it's going to be. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I think it's you want to have as much knowledge, as much experience, as much preparation as possible, so you are in the most ideal situation imaginable to make a clean exit without interruption or interference.
I completely concur.
Okay. Abraxas says, let's see. Where'd he go? What happened? Abraxas says, questions equal quest. Eon equal quest. Ion equal quest. I an equal quest. I God. Okay. I like the breakdown there. Ion. I mean, that's a breakdown. I like to put up stuff like that visually, but I think
an ion is a negatively charged particle.
Okay. I think he's saying like 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 sight.
Right. On is also, I think, a name for the sun, according to Jordan Maxwell. Like, what was it? There was one word. It was like Solomon. It was 3 different names for the sun: Sol, Om. Yeah, Om's the spiritual sun, I guess, and then On. It was, I think, an Egyptian. It's like when you turn on the light, it's like you're giving light.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned Solomon, Wayne, because I'm looking at someone in the chat whose screen name is Igor, but his name is really Solomon. So there's a little synchronicity line up there. It's kind of funny.
Big time. It shows you're on the right path.
It was literally the next comment right after you said that. So. Let's see.
There's another
says,
quote I got in front of me.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
This is from Isaiah 45, 7, King James Version of the Bible. It says, quote, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Yeah, he's the jack of all trades, right, Wayne?
It's well balanced, you know. He's like my friend that met the demiurge said, it's 2/3 light and 1/3 dark, and trying to keep a balance there.
Yeah. Iron says, hey FC, did you ever get my email? It's the pre-birth memory dude. Yes, I did get your email. I apologize, I haven't had time to respond yet, but yes, I did get your email. Thank you for reaching out. I look forward to speaking with you more. Really appreciate you reaching out. I told you about him, Wayne. I did the video on his pre-birth testimony. It's really, really powerful stuff.
I think we've got an episode coming up on experiences, if I'm not mistaken, and definitely bring it in there because I don't have a lot of pre-birth
I
ones,
will. Yep. I got a few of them actually, so we can talk about them.
That'd be great.
But yeah, one of his quotes is while he was kind of in the transition period of picking out his life, picking out where he would live, his parents, etc. He said Earth was like a black bubbling mass of pure evil. That was his quote. So he would look at Earth and he had fear within him as a result of it, which was just like mind-blowing to me. He also said, I mean, there's also another pre-birth memory video I did on this man named Christian, and he's made the rounds on the internet quite a few times. But he basically self-aborted himself multiple times. I think it was twice before he came, finally, incarnated. But they always talk about how they didn't want to come down to earth, just like near-death experiences say, I didn't want to come back. I didn't want to leave the light. I didn't want to do this. All that stuff is just common things we see that cross over between both topics. So, all right. Vince says, Gnostics, in a sense, because of the word gnosis itself to begin with, we are after knowing. Okay.
Is there one thing I want to throw in there?
Sure.
If we do create our own reality and manifest our own reality, when people say I am seeking the truth, that is an affirmation that you don't have the truth or don't know the truth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to be very careful with our words. And I'm just as bad as everybody else. But if you make, if let's say you die and you're there and you go, I want to seek the truth. Well, then that's what you're going to manifest. You're going to manifest not having the truth, and you'll be
because you're already setting yourself up.
It's like a negative,
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to put it, Wayne. Interesting. I kind of throughout my journey said I only desire truth, no manipulation, no deception, like very very clear cut rules and
But be careful
intention.
about using negative words like deception and
Yeah,
manipulation, because
true.
it, and I'm not saying it is, but if it works like a Google search engine or something like that, and you put in the words manipulation, deception, or like you say, I don't want to see show me everything, but child murder. What do you think is going to pop up? Exactly.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? It's like
It's gonna put it right out there for you.
it doesn't know how to parse that word no.
Mm.
No, I'm hoping the universe is a little more sophisticated than that. Like it understands your true intention. You know what I'm saying? And your true
Yeah,
intention would probably be okay with that. I don't know.
yeah. I hope that it kind of overpowers it, right?
But I try to frame everything in an all positive
Mm.
manner if I can.
Ken from the 51 Project says a lot of people point out the reverse speech in these songs, but all that is built into our language itself in gematria, English, and Hebrew in reverse. Your thoughts, Wayne?
Yeah, but the consciousness is the one that's speaking the words, and it's phrasing it using the words. I mean, David John Oates has done much more work on this than I have, but according to him, it's the subconscious mind
Yes.
will basically speak the truth, and I don't know if that's 100% true,
I
but
think it's mostly true, but the point
yeah,
is that can be infiltrated too due
words
to
can be.
programming. Yeah.
I looked at some of the Gnostic texts. Just it was like an online computer kind of thing speaking the words, and I reversed it and found some negative type stuff in there. But it wasn't a real human being like speaking.
Mm.
But it could just be that person, what's going on in their life and what they're thinking. I mean, they may be reading the text and not even believe it, and in their mind, they're projecting some bad stuff in there. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But I did a lot of reverse speech on songs and quotes and stuff like that. I got a whole page of that on, I think, on my language page. Some Hotel California, some of that stuff's got some really interesting
Oh yeah.
verses.
Lone Traveler's there. Good to see you, Lone Traveler. I hope you're doing well. So he just reiterated the book Self Liberation
Yeah.
by
And by the way,
John
those
Midran
were
Reynolds.
reversals. Those were reversals that I found. I mean, I went and did all this stuff backwards, and I wasn't like just researching and oh, here's one, I'll throw that up there. I mean, a lot of it was just ones I
Mm.
found on my own.
Iron says, FC, one of the main questions I had for you as a pre birther was who is they? We really don't know who they is. All we know is that this is,
Archons.
yeah, they're archons, it's parasites. I kind of like to say parasites personally,
But
but I'm open to anything as long.
but it could be one of those things like we have met the enemy and it is us. You know, we
Yeah.
are projecting this onto, we're blaming, we're castigating, we're externally projecting what may be internally within us outward, and not taking responsibility when everything they come from us. You know,
Yeah, and we keep again propagating and reinforcing this reality and everything around us. So as creator beings, we keep it going. I mean, it's just it's
right?
madness, absolute madness. And if you weren't a creator being, if we all weren't creator beings, then we wouldn't continually reinforce this thing. And at the same time, um, it's set up as a very difficult process, a very difficult learning experience, if dare I call it a learning experience, um, that maybe we have to, in a really messed up way, take accountability for our participation in it. Am I saying, oh, you're evil, shame, shame, shame? No, I'm just saying this, we've all been here. We're all experiencing this. So we've partaken in something and agreed to come here. So, um,
Right.
that's just the hard truth
Whether
of
it's
it. It doesn't,
foolishness
yeah.
or whatnot, it's like Sophia was the goddess of wisdom, but maybe that she needed to learn to be wise, and so that's part of it. But a couple things people are interested in reading more on that. Carl Jung, who a lot of people think he was a Gnostic or leaned toward Gnosticism. He spoke about the shadow self, and that's a very interesting archetype. And it's about transmuting the darkness in yourself into light. And I don't know if people are going to say it's evil. I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I don't really have opinion on it. But no, what I'm going to say next is the Emerald Tablets, the book, from supposedly Thoth, and whether people think that's good or bad or whatever. But it talks a lot about transmuting the darkness into light also. So
and you can find that.
And it goes into spiritual alchemy too.
Yeah.
Turning the lead into gold, all that stuff, and purifying. Remember, I read that text about the Gnostics where it talked about the sun and the moon and the receivers, and they gave it over to Melchizedek, the light purifier. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but it did mention purifying.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty skeptical of the Emerald Tablets myself, but like you said, you got to put some truth in there, or people aren't even going to take it seriously. Or
no, there are truth. There's truth in it. You can hear, some of this stuff too is just channeled.
Yes.
Connection of consciousness type hookups with various entities that clearly do not have our best interest at heart.
I really do not like channelings.
Neither. No, I don't put anything into channeling. I think they're all dealing with creepy ass weirdos. And no, I don't put me. You and I are on the same page.
Some of the hypnosis almost falls into that category, right?
It does. But at least, in my opinion, at least with hypnosis and past life regression type things, at least we can see some patterns. With channelers, there's just so many bullshitters, so many weirdos that I just, who are out to make the money. If they're not, I would rather read a past life regression or some hypnotic regression from some random person online who's not selling a book, this and that. And I might pick up a data point or two in a pattern that I can at least work with and say, okay, well, that links to this one, and say, okay, there's something there. But these freaking channelers, most of them are nutcases who have agendas, almost all of them. So
especially the ones channeling aliens, right?
Aliens and all this horse shit.
Spirits.
I almost did a video on what's that guy's name, Bashar. I just one day I wanted to come on camera and just act like I was Bashar, just fucking around.
Some of it's interesting. I had one or two books, some of the raw material, but I never. It's like, well, I'm curious about what it says.
Yeah.
I had some Ruth Montgomery books, which were interesting, but I haven't looked back at it since I've done all this new stuff. So I might look back and go, oh wow, that's horrible.
Okay, Igor, aka Solomon, asked a question. Wayne, do you consider Scalas evil or just misguided like the other man you interviewed back in 2015?
Who do I consider evil?
Saklas.
Oh, Saklas. I want to say, isn't that the name of the demiurge? Saklas is one of the Gnostic terms. There's different ones. There's Samael, and Yadabaoth. And so if he's talking about the demiurge, and I apologize, I'm not like a scholar or expert on Gnosticism or anything for that matter, but I'm pretty sure that's who he's talking about. I don't consider him evil if he was without spirit and he found himself alone and thought he was God and he was created from, Sophia's mistakes or I don't know. I don't. That's a hard question. I mean, so if he's responsible for a lot of the evil stuff that's going on in the world today, then how about this? Maybe he's 2/3 good and 1/3 evil. Because like, you look at people, people can be both good and evil simultaneously, right? I mean,
And get
you do some good
lost too.
things, and you do some,
Yeah.
and like that quote I read from the Bible, he said, "I create good and evil." So I think he's, half, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and I always try to look at everything as like, I think I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I will say that I think the bulk of people listening today were lost at large portions of their life, and um, were sucked into the matrix. And that's just, we all kind of go through this pattern until we, knock our head loose and say, hey, what the hell? This isn't right. This isn't right. And we begin our journey.
Right. The
So,
story of
yeah.
Sophia was she fell and then she repented. She asked for repentance like 13 times before she was forgiven and was restored. And we may just be living through that whole story as her kind of thing. We fell. Who knows? There's people that probably think we're fallen angels. We got too haughty. We fell in vibration frequency. Maybe for whatever reason, and maybe who are we to say that? Oh, that evil person. I mean, because we've all done evil things in our life, right? I mean, I know I have.
No, everyone's, it's just, I think part of
Tell a
being
lie, you
here.
do something bad, right?
Yeah, everyone's fucked up at some point, multiple times.
I let somebody talk me into. I was a young teenager. I let them talk me into stealing some records from a store.
Mm.
And the horrible thing was like a Barry Manilow and a Bee Gees album.
Oh my God.
It's like, I did it because they were like 2 record sets, right? I'm gonna get my money's worth if I'm gonna get that.
Yeah, at least want to get your money's worth. That's hilarious. Oh my God.
Should have gone after Goodbye Yellow Brick Road or something better, man.
Okay. I'll scroll down a little bit more and then we'll probably wrap it up.
Peer pressure can be pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean we're living proof of the peer pressure, and like everything about peer pressure tries to prevent us from waking up.
That's another part of the control, control system that we didn't really mention is peer pressure. Ridiculous. A lot of that fits in religion, man. It's like you want to walk away from your religion, and all of a sudden your parents don't want to talk to you anymore, or your friends won't associate with you anymore because they're all of a certain, religion or denomination. That happens. I had a friend that was Muslim, and I was telling him all this, soul trap type theory, and at some point he asked me, he goes, was it hard to leave? Because I think at that point he was seriously considering it. And I said, well, no, you just got to do it. I mean, it's not easy, but you want to do the right thing. So if that's what you believe is the truth. He's still a Muslim to this day. So I obviously didn't have much influence on him.
Hey, it's hard to break through those veils, bro. Very hard. All right. Try and find one more. There's a lot. The chat is just, it's going and going and going. I'm just trying to find questions here. Unfortunately, I usually, well, not usually, but every once in a while I have someone who helps send me questions while I'm live streaming, so I have them backed up. Brack says FC channel is the best I know of in terms of the Soul Trap discourse. Thank you. Glad you're finding value in the material.
I'll mention something.
Yeah, please do.
I'm not like a big Reddit fan, but they do have this one subreddit. I mean, I go and check the NDE one out sometimes, but there's a new one. What is it? Prison Planet Escape?
Prison Planet Escape, and then there's
it's interesting.
There's a lot of good stuff on there. I think there's Reincarnation Trickery or something. I
haven't seen that.
I can't remember off the top of my head. There's like I think 3 of them that are pretty good. I go back and forth. I'm not a big Reddit guy, but there's a lot of deep posts in there, and a lot of batshit ones too. But there's good stuff there for sure.
And I've been on the Gnosticism one, and there's ones
Yep.
for Buddhism, Dzogchen, all kinds of stuff. And if it's good way, it's a good way to learn too. People ask questions and discuss things, so
Yeah.
I learn on there.
Yep. All right. I think we'll wrap it up, Wayne.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right, my friend. I think, yeah, what have we been going? Wow, this is probably the longest stream I've ever done. 4 hours and 4 hours and 44 minutes. Well, come
It's a
on.
new record.
Good
444.
Lord.
I'm not a numerologist or a geometry or anything, but I wonder if the 444 is
Wow.
any good or not.
All right. Okay, my friends. Wayne, thank you, sir. It's been a
welcome.
pleasure to get this topic under our wings, and this is only part one. So everyone listening, if you would you'd like, so we have what do we have? Religion is part two. We're gonna dive
Yeah.
deeper in.
Sure you want to do that one, huh? Okay. Well,
Wayne, yeah, I would love to. You know, it's up to you though. I mean, we could talk about it. All right. Either way, let's put it out this way. Wayne and I will have a topic, and it's obviously subject to change, but we plan to meet again December 5th at 4 p.m. Is that still okay for you?
at
As
this
of now?
moment, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, everything is tentative. So, uh, everyone listening, just, it could change on a dime at any moment. But right now we have a scheduled show for December 5th at 4 p.m., which is next Sunday. So it's a week from today.
I think that'll work. See, I got to take my mom she's gonna have a biopsy done on Wednesday, and they said it takes 3 to 5 business days, which should maybe go to Monday. So I don't think they're gonna do anything
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
weekend.
look,
We'll see.
it's no big deal. We can always reschedule if necessary. There's nothing is set in stone. Everything is wide open. So, you know, hopefully we'll see everybody on the 5th, but if we don't, no big deal. It's all good. Everything is open up for debate or change. I apologize. So, if we don't, depending on where we go with religion, it could end up being music, TV shows, movies, which is a gigantic topic in and of itself. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I just want to say, anyone who has found this stream helpful in terms of Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap research, please consider hitting the like button so we can get this video into more people's feeds. And also, I wanted to send out a quick reminder that I have 2 YouTube backup channels in addition to this channel that are there just in case something should ever happen here. I have an Odysee, a Twitter, an Instagram, a Twitch, all those things, which I really don't use that much, but they're there as an alternative way to stay in touch just in case something should happen here. And also, there are YouTube memberships available. You can check out the pinned comment or the description tab if you'd like to join the Last Timers Club. Some of the perks include monthly members only live streams. And I think that will be about it for today. So, Wayne, again, I thank you so much for joining me tonight. And thank you to the audience for listening. And we will see each other again real soon.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. One moment, Wayne.
Okay.